Hey,
Hey now, how are you?
good. How are you?
I'm spectacular. Welcome everybody to Face to Face Special Edition. Um, what did I get my camera?
Uh-oh. Cairo at a loss of words?
no, not a loss of words. Trying to switch cameras.
Are we recording?
Yeah, it's on. It started already.
Oh, okay.
Well, everybody, if you're tuning in, we actually have a special episode today where we are doing the Face to Face Hangout with Cairo Qween. And some really spectacular guests in the world of technology. I'm really excited about it. I hope you're as excited as I am. Happy 4th of July to all of you who may be tuning in out there in America, you're from somewhere else. Happy Friday. So, yeah, we have a good lineup set up for us today. All sorts of people who may join in, people who may be watching. Um, yeah, we're better. And, all right. There's one camera. Yeah,
Woohoo! There you are.
I am here. And I see your picture. I don't see you.
Well, you
Oh,
know what? I'm getting set up. So
okay, okay. So everybody, if you ever get on a Google Hangout, there's a little prep time because, of course, you have this buffering time where things have to load and they come on. Really very interesting as an experience of broadcasting, and I don't have a producer, so I'm just doing this live on my laptop and like chewing me on it. So I'm really sort of talking to myself, but luckily I can actually talk to Cynthia because she's on now.
yes, and if you could adjust your volume because at least on my end the volume's a little low, and I definitely have my volume up. So
Let me see. I know what it is because this people needs to come on. That doesn't come on my headset. Okay. All right.
actually, I think
I
that made it a little worse.
Yeah. It may come on a little bit later. It's a little
Oh,
iffy.
there you go. All right.
All right. And so now I have this headset on.
That's
For
better.
anyone that is tuning in and you want to participate, you would need to send me a message on Facebook or email me at Cairo Qween. That's CairoQween. I want to thank you all again for joining us for the special 4th of July edition of Face to Face with Cairo Qween. And Cynthia's here too. Cynthia Frazier from Tech Divas Uncorked out in California. Hi, Cynthia. Um,
Hello.
we're getting set up now to bring you a holiday spectacular. So if you're watching via Facebook or Google Plus, or if you're watching on YouTube, please notice that in the video feed that you can actually send a message to me and we can respond to you. Down in the corner you'll see on the, I believe it's on the left hand side, you'll see a little note that says participate or something in the conversation, or it says Q&A. I know there's a Q&A statement there, so definitely if you want to contribute a statement, I can read those live, or maybe we can bring you on, who knows. But just to let you know, I did speak with Andrew West of NBITLO, the National Black Information Technology Leadership Organization, and the one who is hosting the Urban Tech Weekend, and they are having some Wi-Fi problems that are down there at the Essence Festival. So he'll hop in as he can. I'm looking at the wrong camera. No wonder. He'll hop in as he can. But for right now, we're just going to bring people on and we're going to talk about technology. And given that this weekend is dedicated to youth, I think it'd be appropriate if we talk about STEM to some degree or to some end. Talk about the STEM, which is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And I mean, I'm excited right now because I was posting this earlier, and TED Talks actually started following me on Facebook, and that was so exciting. I actually was looking at TED Talks, so for them to follow me first, I was like, okay, well, that's cool. Yeah, so Cynthia, I see that your camera is on now. You look lovely as usual.
Thank you. Trying to adjust my lighting, though, so I'll probably pop in and out for a minute until I get the lighting correct.
Yes. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm disappointed that I'm not in New Orleans, so let me give a big old shout out to all my compadres who, took that leap and went out there for I believe this is the 20th anniversary of the Essence Festival.
Wow, is it already?
Yes. It is, and I know that because I was out in, I believe we went to the New York Festival, and it turns out it must have been 10 years ago because that's the year that Prince was there, and they said that when they asked him to come because he was at the 10th anniversary, if he would come back for the 20th anniversary, and he said yes, they were excited, and I'm like, why didn't I say yes? Because I absolutely adore Prince. I think he is one of the top musical geniuses out there. And when he performs, it's like magic on the stage. And he's so full of surprises. So if anybody out there is going to see him perform while you're in New Orleans, just be prepared for some surprises from Prince. Yeah, that's how he does it. But he's a Gemini, like me, so what can I say?
Wait, you think he'll do the same type of surprises he was doing 20 years ago? Because, I think that might have been a different Prince.
Actually, I think he is obviously, more mature and, he's past some of that old phase of his. But those aren't the types of surprises I'm talking about. I'm just talking about in his, when he gets into his music zone, he's just there. And, I've seen, performers down through the years, but it's just something about the way he preps, the way he prepares is even a surprise. So at least it was for us. So I don't want to give it away in case he's going to do it again. But yeah, I just think he is an awesome performer, and he gives so much of himself. He really does.
I love that. I mean, I don't want to get started in me going back into music, but I think that there is definitely something that happens to a person when they get on stage, even if you're not performing. Like, if you just get on a stage, and I can say that personally just from my own experience, getting on a stage, there's some kind of transition that happens to you, and you change, you morph. So, yeah, that I would love to see Prince live, and I think this is probably the closest I'm getting from past experiences, but I think it would just be amazing to see him live. That's one of the last people that I probably would have growing up, would have loved to see, and now I'm that close, and I still didn't get to see him, so hopefully he'll trek through Atlanta sometime soon, and I can see him again.
Yeah, and hopefully you don't have to wait another, 10 years for the 30th anniversary of the Essence Festival to get down there and get your eyes on Prince, because he definitely in another 10 years, he'll be 10 years older. But
I mean, I know he's like a foot shorter than me, but I still like Prince. I mean, who doesn't like Prince? I don't even know anybody who could say they just are not a Prince fan. That would just be weird.
That's true. That's very true. Most people that I know really enjoy Prince and his music in some kind of way, whether it's the performances or his music or his movies, that he's done. Yeah, I think most people see the genius in him in some kind of way.
Okay. Yeah. To everybody that may be tuning in, now there are several links that you can participate here. If you are just wanting to view the actual event, there's an event link, but then if you want to watch on YouTube, there's also a YouTube link. If you'd like to participate, again, email me at CAIROQWEEN. I'm looking at the wrong camera again. CAIROQWEEN is your email pass to get on this call, and I can add you in. It's very simple. You can also go on Facebook and Facebook me at Cairo Qween. I'm CAIRO space QWEEN. Not to be mistaken for my other account, which is Cairo Qween 2. So I'm on Cairo Qween 1 now. So send me a message and say I'd like to get on. Here's my email address. And then I can add you to up to, I think we had 22 people last time. So 22 people can get on. Unlimited people can watch from YouTube. So this is being broadcast live on Google Plus, on YouTube, and it's being patched into Twitter. So where else is it? Oh, on Facebook. Yeah. So I'm going to put the link on Facebook now for everybody who is confused because I'm getting messages. Are those links right? Yeah, they're right this time. I know what I did this time. I think Jacqueline's going to join us. I see she's live on her Google Hangout, and maybe she can come in with us too. Jacqueline from the Urban Tech Fair. Okay, well, Cynthia, since we have time between now and when Andrew gets on, can you tell us a little bit about you? Because I do this every time because we may have new people who may not be affiliated with you. And I know you're on with me a lot, but somebody may be watching and may watch in the future because, of course, this is perpetual media, which means it'll be out forever online. And somebody may watch this in 10 years and be like, oh, I need to go look that up. So.
Oh my gosh, yeah, like one of my grandchildren, huh? Like, oh, that's my grandma.
Gotta focus. I'm gonna take this camera and turn it around because that way I won't look at that camera. I'll look at this one. Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm definitely a Cairo Qween groupie, I guess you could say. She and I have hung out now for some time. Once we got started, it was on and popping, but I definitely love technology and I love Google Plus, and so does Cairo. So we have definitely connected on that level. I'm out in Southern California, and I have a nonprofit company called Mobile Commerce Digital Technology Alliance, and under that company I have several properties. Cairo mentioned the Tech Divas Uncorked, which is a meetup for women business owners to learn a little bit more about productivity of technology. And then I have Girls Got Geek, where I work with underage girls in learning pretty much the same thing, how to be productive with technology. And I have my mini mobile club because my 10-year-old grandson said, Grandma, you're always doing stuff for the girls, and what about us boys? So we started Mini Mobile Club to educate young boys on the benefits of entrepreneurship. So that's me. I'm on Facebook, and I just, I enjoy what technology can do to revolutionize our lives, and definitely want to encourage everybody to get involved from a productive standpoint. Leave that consumer stuff alone for a minute.
Yes, get informed. Become a producer of things in technology. And prior to this, Cynthia and I actually had a dialogue, and Cynthia said something so poignant that I told her, I said, as soon as we get on, say that again, because that to me is the reason I'm here actually doing what I'm doing. And Cynthia made the most major and impactful statement. So Cynthia, would you mind sharing that comment again that you made earlier?
Well, did I say I was a grandma? Because I didn't write it down.
I, I'll refresh your memory. We
Thank
were
you.
talking about how you don't actually have to be in technology standpoint of being a coder or
Yeah.
being a developer or a programmer or an engineer, but to get actively involved in technology
Yes.
is something that I think is extremely important right now for more people just to become a participant. So to look and be an onlooker even and be able to share information, that's huge. What I'm doing right now, and I tell people I'm not an engineer. I did attend an engineering school briefly. I didn't finish. My degree is in business administration and marketing, but I went back to become an engineer because I wanted to build a robot man. Kid you not, that's exactly why I did it. So if you are in the if you like technology, learn something about it. Know about how it works. Talk to geeks and nerds like I do. Learn about the infrastructure of how technology might be built. Learn how to code. Coding minimally is something that you can do because coding will, like Cynthia said once before, maybe gone with the wind at some point, but at least it'll give you a brief introduction on how things work in technology. So that was
Definitely.
something that I think to me was huge. It was a huge and impactful statement that I think is priceless where this is concerned right now.
Yeah, so that's so true, Cairo, in encouraging people who are not techie because, there are different levels of techiness, if you will. I don't know if that's a word, but I understand what it means. And not everyone is striving to be a guru, an engineer, a professional coder, and anything else on that level. However, there are so many entryways into technology that anybody, wherever they are, can take advantage of the massive opportunities. So that's, I think, the point that you wanted to get recorded on session because again, we kind of see or run into those people that are on one end of the spectrum or the other. They're either, super super excited like Cairo Qween. Every time she shows up, she brings that energy, that excitement. Or there are people out there still saying, it's not for me. I don't know what I could do with it. I don't see the benefit. And so we've got to get people to understand that no matter where they are, there's a place for them with technology. And it's not going away, folks.
No, it's not. And bubble or not, if there's a bubble, it's still going to be here because technology grows every single day and probably by the minute. I mean, there are things that haven't even been introduced to the mainstream where technology is going to learn on its own. And so it'll be learning so rapidly we won't even have time to catch up with it. So our best bet is to jump on now before it rolls over us. Let's jump in front of it, or how do they say it? Before you get rolled over, jump in front. I don't know, but anyway, get get on board before you get
Yeah.
ran over. There we go.
Oh,
Um,
definitely, definitely. In fact, that's my favorite saying, and I generally close most of my public speaking with that. It's a quote from Will Rogers, and it goes, "Even if you're on the right track, you'll get run over if you just sit there." And I think that is just critical for people to understand what a difference it can make if you're moving.
oh, absolutely. Yeah, and I always say bodies in motion remain in motion. So
Hey,
you
inertia.
okay? You definitely want to actively get engaged here in technology, and so I'm going back to the STEM conversation. Excuse me. I think where our youth are concerned, STEM again being the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics programs that have been put together by our federal government, which makes it a national platform. Steve Brown said he can't get on. I'm going to beat him up.
Uh-oh.
Okay, there's your watch link. Okay. Now, STEM itself is a great platform for our young people. And so the whole nation is going after this because, of course, there's government money allotted to this and funding to try to get these 10,000 engineers that'll be needed in the future that our President Barack Obama has actually said that we need to have in place now. So, and of course, people are losing jobs rapidly and they're not filling jobs because they don't have people who are skilled enough, as they say, to be able to fill these jobs. And so with the active ability to now teach everyone how to code, this is something that could really take us from one place to another in our economy. So I think that if people can understand that an educated population where technology is concerned at actually benefits absolutely everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I'm going to try to send something back to Steve Brown. Steve said, I don't just want to watch, he wants to participate.
All right now.
I don't want you to just watch. Okay, so now I'm going to try and send him an invite again. Okay, stand by, Steve. All right, so we are trying to do this again, and this is real time, so we're doing things, we're bringing people on, and a lot of times, like, I'll invite people and you have like one person like Cynthia that'll show up on time, and so then you have to deal with all the other people who aren't acclimated to doing this and now have to get them skilled into how to learn how to do Google Hangouts. And that's cool. Steve knows how to do it. It's just a matter of trying to get people to go with the flow at the exact same time. And people, because it's a hangout, it's something that's not really formal, and so you can dress how you want to dress. You can go see hangouts all over YouTube. People will be in their pajamas doing hangouts. So you can do hangouts where you're really informal and you don't have to be dressed up. You can be really casual and come in when you feel like it. And that's kind of a good thing, because what I want people to have is the experience. That's the major part, is to just get the experience and to be on camera and understand we're building content. Content is king right now, because most people don't understand. By the year 2017, they say all media will be accounted for in, let's say that's the right way, marketing will all be accounted for at 69% in web media. And so in video content will account for 69% of all marketing and media. So
Wow.
That's huge.
Big time. Big time.
So, okay, now let's see. Cynthia, tell us a little bit about some of your projects that you have going right now, if you want to share.
Okay. Well, right now I'm doing a summer, actually it's called a Steamboat series, because I always like to include the arts in STEM. So I'm doing a summer series at a housing project, and it's very exciting working with students. These are 12 to 21-year-old students who live in the project homes, and they don't always get the kind of attention that I think they deserve in terms of community support and community input. So we're having a ball with that series, and it's halfway done. So I've got 4 more workshops to do with the students, and I've got some really, really exciting things planned for them. They are going to have a ball. So that's one of the projects that I'm working on. And then I have another project that I'm working on that involves grandparents like myself who are raising grandchildren. So that's coming up a little later this fall. And last year we were in Riverside, California with that project, and I introduced them to Skype, which was a lot of fun, similar to Google Hangouts, but with Skype you can have one-to-one conversations. So I'm just, I'm in my lane with technology, but I work with all age demographics to help them, catch the bug, if you will. And I know that there's a growing population of grandparents raising grandchildren, and they want to know too. what do I do? How can I communicate better and engage better with my grandchildren, whether they're in the home or across the country? Because I actually have a group of grandmothers that have asked me to host a gaming workshop so that they can get on some of the computer-based games with their grandchildren who live out of state. So the interest is extremely high out there in terms of um, people wanting to learn, and there's just not enough of us to actually help share that information. So big shout out to anybody that wants to jump in the game. There's some opportunities for sure.
No, entirely. I mean, I don't know what there's this little boy that they've been using for marketing of technology, and I don't know if his name was Chris, I can't remember. He's like a little 3-year-old. And they've shown how before you really learn how to do anything else, you can actually learn how to use a tablet. So just knowing that simple touch screens are so much simpler than having to press buttons for elderly people, and to be able to utilize tablets and have them in a tablet usage space, I think is huge and could totally bridge a gap, because you can actually increase sizes of screens for people to be able to utilize it that may have, be visually impaired at some sort, and then be able to really bridge a gap between young people and elderly people. Great grandparent time, or lap time even, for a child to be able to sit up and play with the tablet with the parent or a grandparent.
Most definitely, and but I have to chuckle because the touch screen is kind of a it's a blessing, but then again it's kind of a sword too, because the slightest touch can cause a reaction that a person may not want. So
True.
that's always fun, but yeah, and then there's also voice, where they don't even have to type or use the virtual keyboard. They can use the voice portion on a tablet or on a cell phone. So what I find though is that, contrary to a lot of national talk, every demographic out there wants to be included, and that's a fact in my experience. Again, whether they're young or old, they want to be included in this tech world. And I hear all the time about this. To me, it's a myth about, these young children are growing up with technology, so therefore they're better at it. Actually, I find it's just the opposite.
I
One of
agree.
the largest groups that I train is the 20 to 40-year-olds. They don't know any more about technology than anyone else does. So, and even the youngsters, they're consumers, but they don't understand the development side. So I think we need to stop spreading that myth and, help people understand that there's opportunities in all demographics out there.
Yeah, I mean, and I always say this: technology right now is not a space where there is a racial divide, where there is a sexual divide. And now maybe within the industry, in the job sector, yeah, there's a divide there. And involving people, it's not because, and I want to say this, it's not because the information is not out here. Right now, you can go to Code Academy and you can learn how to code for free. CodeAcademy.com. Go to Code Academy and learn how to code for free. It'll teach you by itself. You don't need a teacher. You don't need any software. You just have online access, and you can go and you can learn how to be a coder also. It's out there. The information is out there. If you want it, go get it. Now, if you don't want it, that's another thing. So that
I
that
think
is
they want
something.
it. I think people want it, and again, we have to stop spreading that myth that there's a certain demographic that's more acclimated to it, and there's certain people that don't want it or do want it, or everybody wants to be included. So we just have to develop the companies out there, community-based companies, that can pick a target market and work with that demographic to help educate them on what they want to learn.
Yeah, and I mean, I think once people understand and they're not so much afraid of what they thought technology was, I think that it is something that they may be interested in actually participating in, because to me, it's a great creation space. And so for people who are in entertainment, who are artists, people who are designers, who are, clothing designers even, fashion industry, this is a huge opportunity for you right now. Tech fashion, tech wearables are wide open, and I think that people just have to see it for what it is, and it's huge, untapped, over. I mean, just lots of. It's like when you go out into a field and all you see is land. That's where we are in technology right now. Far as the eye can see, you have free opportunity, and there's nobody stopping you. So you don't have to go and work in an office where technology is concerned. You can do it at home. You can have a family, you can raise your family, and you can work in the tech field. And I think it's awesome because there's so much you can do. For example, you can be a tech socialite. I made that up. So, you know, what does that mean to me? That means that I have an awareness of technology. I want to spread the word about it because I'm always socially active out and doing things. My whole mission has been to tell people, jump on board. Why do I want to do that? I used to work in technology offices. I worked with Nokia, Singular, AT&T, all sorts of different companies. I didn't see that many people that looked like me, just to be honest. Women that looked like me that were candy coated, you know, or women, period. A lot of the time when you saw a woman, it was in an administrative assistant role. And so I used to always think to myself, like, why are all the women here in administrative assistant roles? And it used to bother me. And so when I got to a place where I was able to actually be a project coordinator, I was like, oh, I'm a project coordinator now. I was doing something big at the time, so I thought. And then, to be able to go from there and to know, well, okay, well, I can now go be an engineer and I can go build robots. That's what I want to do. I want to build a robot. So that's why I decided I was going to go into engineering. And like I said, I didn't finish. We won't talk about why I didn't finish, but I didn't finish. I'll say it. I went into entertainment for a while, but yeah, I'm back from the dream. So, to really just get on board and be able to engage people right now and to say, hey, the door is open. Come on in. What'd you say, Cynthia? You said jump in, the water's just fine.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yes. Water is just fine.
Yeah. So I'm still trying to get people on, and people are telling me they can't access it. Now, this is interesting. Oh, wait, I see Jackie. Hi, Jacqueline. Wait, Jacqueline, you're, there you go.
Okay, nice.
It's Jacqueline Taylor Adams from the Urban Tech Fair. How's it going?
Oh, it's going good. I just had the time wrong. I'm half in here and Cairo says 30 minutes. I saw a post. I'm like, 30 minutes? Oh my God. I thought it was this evening. Oh, Lord.
Okay, so here's the skinny on that. So, excuse me. So, Mr. West, he told me that he wanted to do something at 2:30 Central Standard Time, which, I'm an 8 o'clock person. So I was like, okay, well, we'll do Central Standard Time. That means 3:30 our time.
Our time, yeah.
Well, now a lot of people are over in the hackathons and they're in all sorts of things now. So he's like, well, I'm having trouble finding people to come down. And I was like, okay. So I told him, I said, well, I have a block allotted for time that we can utilize. So just join in when you can. I want to get the coverage live from Essence Festival. And this was his idea. So, of course, we want to make sure that we get that done.
All right, yeah. Well, the problem that we're having and coming in, there is, you said click on join the hangout. There's no place that says join the hangout. When you come to the event, you don't see anything that says join hangout. And so what do people do? They hit play, and I watched it right as you went live. And then I came in as an Urban Tech Fair, but when I hit play, it was recorded. It started back from the beginning. And that's what's playing in the group. But there's nothing that says click to join. So I went back to my Gmail, and that's how I got in.
Okay, then I know what I think we have to do, which is to probably invite the public, which I'm scared to do because you know what happened last time.
Well,
If I
I don't know if you can re-invite them now. You have to people that you want to be able to join. You have to invite when you first create it. Remember the tutorial we went through yesterday?
Well, there's still the spot here where you can. This is how I usually do this. Whenever that you see the icon at the top that has the little man and the
Oh,
plus
invite.
sign. You
Okay.
can invite. Can you invite people too?
Yeah, you can invite people.
So everybody on here can invite people.
Yeah, we can all invite people. I think
Oh, that's neat. I didn't
the
even know
man is
that.
up there, but I clicked him, but nothing happened. What about you, Cynthia?
I did. I invited a couple of people. I don't know. I keep going back over to Facebook to see. But yes, there is an invite button, and you can invite them either from your circles or from email.
And also from the invitation, you can just share the event. I did that, and I'm getting ready to send a mobile blast out. So I'm trying to figure out what's the best way. I'm gonna go to our fan bridge and send a mobile blast. So
Okay, so
what best way to tell them to join?
do you guys see the link down at the bottom that where it says in the corner it says links down at the right hand corner? Should be underneath our pictures. I may be the only person that has that view, but I'm not sure.
No, I don't see anything that says links. Do you?
Okay,
Cynthia?
so the video link to watch I posted inside the actual event. So I'm about to post it on my Facebook page, and then I'll just tag you guys on it.
Can you post it in the chat right now?
Yes, I can do that too.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And so again, everybody, this is live. You see everything happening real time. So this is an experience, of course. And of course, Jacqueline and I yesterday did a tutorial. Did it post?
Your watch link live from the link didn't. It says your watch link live from SM Festival, but I don't see the actual link.
Let me go grab it. Sorry.
Okay.
Where did I just put that at? Okay, hold on 1 second. Yes, everybody's like, I don't see the link to join. Okay, one moment.
My dog Cody is a media hog. Every time I get on here, I don't know if he hears your voice, Cairo, or what. Something he was dying to get up here.
When I tell you all dogs love me, they love me.
Okay. It must be as soon as he just start. I'm like, you haven't bothered me all morning. And
Dogs love me. I don't know what that is. I had a dog yesterday. I was leaving out, and this dog literally ran to the car, chasing me to the car, and his owner kept calling him back, and he was like, no. He tried to wait for me to get in the car and everything, watch me drive off. I was like, okay. I have like dog energy, whatever. Maybe I was a dog in a former life.
I believe that. I'm the same way. Animals, all of them, they just love me. Our friend says, my bird don't never talk till you come around. Then he won't shut up.
It's like I have dog energy. Okay, so I have this link. If it'll pop open, I think we're also experiencing some buffering issues. Because I see on my screen, at least, it's kind of slow. Okay. Come on, pop open so I can get... Well, anyway, everybody, again, you're watching Face to Face Live. This is a special holiday episode where we are now going to hopefully get some contact with the Urban Tech Weekend, with Yes We Code, with Black Girls, I was going to say Black Girls Rock, Black Girls Code. Wow, this thing is taking forever. Urban Tech Fair, we're here. Tech Divas Uncorked is here, waiting on Digital Afro to join in. And we have some other people who are trying really hard to get in. And I'm sorry, people, because I'm posting the watch link now. There's the watch link. Okay, so that's the watch link. The participation link which I'm not sure anything other than trying to, add them in. I'm not sure how I can do that unless I open it up to the public. Now, you guys think I should open it to the public? You know what I'll do? I'll add my tech crew. I have a tech group of people I can add. Let me try that.
I say go for it, Cairo. This is the 4th of July, so there may not be as many, techie hangout type folks like us that are, spending our 4th of July online.
Yeah, I'm single with no kids and no real relatives around me, so I'm always, this is my husband, my laptop for now until I get one.
Well, some of us are not super into the 4th holiday anyway.
Yeah, I'm not one.
But I'm not in a super big crowd, so like we have some great, there's some great things going on in Philly now. Philly, we have the Welcome America weekend, so it's popping here. It really is, but it's not the atmosphere really.
I think it's, I don't know.
Okay, I see the YouTube link. Okay.
All right, so that's the YouTube link. And so to actually join the Hangout, please email me at Cairo Qween, CairoQween. Okay, and so, yeah, I guess we should talk a little bit about Urban Tech Fair now, Jacqueline. And just again, we're really happy because Jim Newsom is doing better. Is he still in the hospital or is he out of the hospital now? Do you know? He's the founder of the Urban Tech Fair.
I'm not sure if he's in or out the hospital right now, but his picture showed a picture from the hospital. But I know he's active because he's already been liking on Facebook today. So he definitely is more active.
I'm sure they have a tablet for him because he probably was like, oh no, I can't sit here.
Well, he's playing chess with people. I think he's extremely active. So, but he said he's already been on social media, and it's 3 hours earlier with him. So.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And.
Yeah, him. Cynthia's actually on the same time frame.
Yes, she is. Yeah. So he's definitely doing better. So he's getting better and going to just keep getting better. So we figure this summer is some recouping. We actually have enough on our to-do list. And we just keeping up with this. But he's in a loop on everything that's going on. And his wife just trying to make him stay, keep an even keel on his activity.
I can imagine.
Yeah. And it's probably a job and a half.
Okay, so I was just telling Cynthia, TED Talk started following me on Facebook or on Twitter. I thought that was awesome.
Great.
So obviously we've tweeted about this stuff enough or hashtagged it enough to where we're starting to catch attention from people. So that's good. I know I did with Karen Rogers Robinson, who I'm hoping can join us. Karen Rogers Robinson did a tweet chat the other night, and it was amazing. Cynthia was on. I had like 25 to 50 people follow me after I did the tweet chat. So another excellent tool to really get a message out to people. Tweet chats rock. Yes. I wasn't even like a Twitter fan, and then when she showed me how to do that, and of course Deanna Troop has showed me how to do this before. I don't think I participated at that level when I did it before, but really awesome tool, and so I definitely will be using that a lot more. I'm trying to stay in this camera zone, but definitely will be using that a lot more in the future of really trying to get a message out, because obviously it really does work to hashtag the word technology and tech. So people are eating it up. So I mean, of course, I use hashtag tech socialite, and we did hashtag urban tech fair, hashtag urban tech weekend, hashtag tech divas uncorked, hashtag digital Afro, hashtag yes we code, hashtag blah blah blah. So yeah, hashtag black girls code, not rock. Yeah, but all sorts of wonderful things. So maybe I'll start doing this and then start hashtagging states. And then we can do a group Twitter chat and start to really involve people into one Twitter chat at a time. So I think that was awesome. And I'm really glad that she was able. There she goes. Karen Rob. Okay, so I should be able to invite her now. Let's see. Steve Brown. I'm still have no word from Steve Brown. Again, if you want to contribute via chat, there is a chat in the corner of this screen down in the left-hand corner. It says Q&A, and you can actually participate in the chat live and contribute to what's being said here. So, yes, the Urban Tech Fair.
Cairo, before you move on to that, can I say something quickly about the
Absolutely.
the chat, because there's someone else out there that we might want to get connected to on Twitter. She's been doing the small business chat for quite some time. She was one of the leaders, or the early birds, if you will, that jumped in with the whole Twitter chat. Now it's just, it's kind of become like everything else. There's a lot of chats and other tools out there that can be used for the chat. So it's really nice to see that development. But the small business chat, which I believe is every Wednesday, is something that you definitely want to get connected to as well. So I'm giving her a shout out, because she was in the forefront before chats became really popular.
Okay, wonderful. I just sent out, I see that Robin Howard has actually joined us, and Robin Howard is our engineer for the Blog Talk radio show that I have on Tuesday, and it's called Cairo Qween's Taste of Technology. Robin is also our Paycation sponsor for the show, so we definitely want to say hi to Robin. Thank you, Robin, for joining. Karen Rogers Robinson has now joined the call, in the Hangout, excuse me, and she's our lady who actually set us up for the Twitch. that's a station for the Twitter chat, and it was really cool. And so, yes, Cynthia, yes, whoever we can connect with, if we can get the message out about technology via all these wonderful urban platforms that we have, I think that we need to connect with as many people as possible, especially with something like the Urban Tech Weekend coming up, where this is our chance to really showcase not only African American technology, but to be able to bring the world into the urban sector of technology, and so that people understand that even though you think we're not out here, we're here. We're live. We actually are producing and creating, and we have engineers, and we have all sorts of wonderful different types of people who are functionally active in technology. Like myself, a tech socialite, somebody who does broadcast media or any type of social media. People like Cynthia, who is really a great educator in technology, from Jacqueline, who is in the music side of technology and all sorts of other sides of technology, with the Urban Tech Festivals and all these different festivals, Yes We Code and everything. Jacqueline, Karen, who is actually doing the Twitter, and she's actually an author of a book. I'll let her talk about that in just a second. So, everybody, if you could introduce yourself. Let's see, Karen, are you with us? Can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. Thank you for joining us, Karen. If you would, please introduce yourself to our audience and anybody that might be watching or may watch this later in perpetual media.
Okay. My name is Karen Rogers Robinson, lovingly known as Social MM Diva, because I'm social. I love everything mobile, and I'm sort of a diva. So what I do is I actually have a PR company now promoting content made for the digital device. So I came this way because I retired from AT&T. I took an early retirement from AT&T. And I'm very social. I love gadgets. I love the phone and mobile stuff. And that's pretty much where the future is headed. Everything is going to be mobile. I do have a nonprofit called the Sassies. And what that stands for is Sisters. Oh, wow, I can't even say it now. Sisters Advancing. Sisters Advancing Second Screen Initiatives Engaging Stories. So that's what the SAS is for. It's for women who create for the mobile device, who have stories to tell, whether it's via a video, a game, digital entertainment, anything of that nature. And I also teach women how to code. Every quarter I produce an event called Cupcakes and Code. So you can come out and eat a few cupcakes and learn how to code. Nothing fancy, just basic HTML, enough to support a blog post here and there. And that's me.
Well, I can say that your education actually works because I learned something. Shouts out to Willie Carey out there in Florida who's actually watching us, and Steve Brown calling Steve Brown. If you are able to get on, Steve Brown from Digital Afro, please get on. I keep sending him a message. I sent it like 4 times, Steve. I'm trying to get you on. I don't know why it's not pulling you in, but again, if I send a message to you, anybody that actually received the message, there should be a box that pops up on your Gmail account, and it'll say join Google Hangout, or Cairo Qween sent a Google Hangout to you. So please, 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 if you are interested in joining in, I'm getting lots of messages too. Okay. Yep. Thank you, Willie Carey, for tuning in. Shouts out to you. And then so, Steve, I'm sending you a message right now. But yeah, so tell us a little bit about your book, Karen.
Oh, so I made a Twitter ebook to help people ramp up and get up to speed on Twitter. It talks about the different types of tweeters there are, you know, Rita Research, and then there's, you know, people who are Nancy the newscaster. She just spits stuff out into the Twitterverse that's newsworthy. There are just so many different personalities on Twitter and so many things that you can use it for. Like Rita Research, she doesn't talk to anybody, doesn't have a lot of followers or anything like that. She actually goes to Twitter to get information about the subjects and topics that interest her. So say, like, I do a social TV chat, and then I belong to a blurred chat and a QR chat on Twitter. All these things happen on Twitter. So blurred chat is very exciting. They encompass things that are geeky, healthy. They deal with Afrofuturism. It happens every Thursday night, and there are just so many different topics you can learn about. And, you know, lately you hear that black people are stupid. We are so not stupid. Oh my gosh. I love blurred chat because I thought I knew a little bit about a lot of stuff. But sitting on blurred chat, you learn so much more. There are people who come and they talk about genetic mutations and making things, you know, the bionic people and just all kind of stuff. They watch interesting shows like Orphan Black. You know, they're into, I don't know, My Little Pony, Blaster Moon, all kind of things. And then QR chat is very techy and geeky. It talks about the uses of QR codes in marketing and things of that nature. They have talking QR codes and just everything that you could think of with a QR code. You can pay your bill, you can split the bill, order a taxi, just all kind of conversations out there on Twitter that might interest you. So my book talks about following the hashtags, when to join the conversation, all that good stuff.
Well, that's wonderful and very informative. And so where can people actually find your book at? Because that's good. That's good information for people to be able to have that might be, one, getting started, or two, be in the middle and something they want to do with their business. They can try and utilize those services that are free.
Right, that's true. Well, right now you cannot get a hold of my ebook because I've taken down all 6 of my websites and I'm redoing them. But as soon as I put them up, there will be a link for tweet for the book. So all you have to do is send out a tweet, and then you can get a free download of the book. So keep your eyes peeled. Hopefully I'll be done uploading all the different sites by the end of July. I'm sorry, there's a lot of sites. It takes a long time. I'm not the fastest coder. Knowledge is awesome, but then you got to work up your speed too. So that's where my challenges lie in coding quickly.
I think that's probably where practice might make perfect. Coding. I'm not quick on coding either, and I'm actually redoing it. Again, if you are interested in coding, please go check out codeacademy.com. Check out codeacademy.com, and you can learn or relearn how to code. I'm relearning. My intention is to utilize it and pick up a little more about Ruby. So yeah, I think that is huge. Could be hugely impactful. Well, I see Jacqueline has come back. Thank you, Karen, for that. Jacqueline has come back. But she's on mute. Jacqueline, are you with us?
Okay. Here I go. I'm back.
Okay, Jacqueline. Okay, so now you're back. Let's talk about the Urban Tech Fair a little bit, or a lot.
Okay. Well, the Urban Tech Fair, it is a global movement that manifests locally in various cities across the United States. And basically what we do, we showcase technology that's already going on in our local neighborhoods. A lot of us are so separated, or we work in such silos that we just don't understand that there is a lot going on in technology, people in technology, opportunities. We may even have a rocket scientist living up the street from us, or this great engineer, or this lead programmer may live around a corner from us, all in our neighborhood. So our goal with the Urban Tech Fair is to get everyone out of their silos, and we're looking at urban dwellers ages 12 to 55, on every level of tech, from your extreme techies to those who consider themselves not into tech. But to bring all of those together around our underserved communities, to empower our communities, and to showcase what's already going on. So we're a walking demonstration of collaboration, because we collaborate with everybody. Anyone into technology, doing technology programs, we just bring them all together through a strategic format so that people can see what's available, how to engage it, learn more. And our goal is just at the end that everyone is engaging technology, not afraid of technology, and people are actually collaborating so that we can build our communities.
Yeah,
so
and
oh,
go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I said that's it in a nutshell.
I love the fact that it states that we're showing people Silicon Valley in their own backyard, and I think that is huge. Because a thing that I want to say, and I keep thinking about this: why do we let all of technology be in Silicon Valley? Why have we allowed there to only be an infrastructure in one part of the country, in one space? That's something I keep thinking about, and I'm like, I look like I'm scared on the camera, but anyway. But when I keep thinking about it, and I'm looking at people, thinking to myself, okay, well, we're talking about we're going to make this place the next tech hub, and this is going to be the next big Silicon Valley. And I keep thinking, like, why isn't Silicon Valley everywhere? Why haven't we decided to saturate the entire country with technology? At the pace that technology grows, it would be really productive for the entire United States to be a big tech hub, especially because we're this great force throughout the rest of the world, and then we're weak on technology. I'm concerned with that as an American citizen.
Well, there are two views I have on this, and a lot of things. Everything's about how you think and how you frame things. First of all, for the people to say they're not into technology, that's just a lie. Whether you choose to be or not, you are in technology. Nature is a form of technology. Nature is our roadmap to technology. So first of all, one, how you envision technology needs to change. To say you're not engaged in it is a lie. Because if you get up and you start to move around, you're engaging in technology. If you have to call somebody, you've engaged technology. If you, I mean, there are cameras and all flashing on you as you do various things, cross lights, if you get an easy pass ticket, you engage technology. There's we're engaged in technology constantly. So the question is, do you take control of it yourself, or do you allow it to control you? So that is the difference in people. I assimilate it to the spoken word industry. A lot of artists that are independent or spoken word, they say they don't want to become quote unquote commercialized. You're only become as commercialized as you allow yourself to be. If you have a vision and a focus for your life and how you want to live your life, anything that interferes with that, you just don't allow it. So that's not an issue of becoming commercial or not, because what good is your record or whatever you make if you're the only person that knows it, the only people that can experience it are those that come in contact with you. When you can use technology, distribute globally, and everybody can get the message and be changed thereby. So we all engage technology. So we have to get everyone out of their mindset that, oh, I can't do math and all, but yet you can go to the store and buy things and come home with the right change, but you can't do math. We put certain things in our heads and then we behave accordingly. The fact that Silicon Valley does exist in everyone's backyard. We define an urban tech fair, Silicon Valley, as talent, resources, and innovation.
Preach.
We have that. But we're not using and leveraging our resources. And in the urban community, the first issue is we don't really know all of our resources. Another issue we have when we do know, or we may not know because we don't have access to certain resources. So that's where access becomes such an issue. But because we do work in silos, we have a bad habit of not working together and collaborating, we don't realize all of our resources. And then sometimes our negative view of ourselves as individuals, as communities and organizations, we don't understand the value of what we already have. And then we only want to take it to a spiritual level that everything you need, you already have. But that's now it becomes being aware of your resources, and the education is getting you prepared for opportunities that are already there. But when they manifest themselves, will you be prepared? And that's what the education is. And that's, again, sharing our resources. So as we bring everyone together and show, you know what, these resources are already here in your community. You already have this. This is going on here. This is going on here. We're going to advocate for access so that you have access to the resources. And now your innovation and your creativeness we're all born with, and we know we are some of the most creative people. So we have those Silicon Valleys are there. So now our decisions are we going to fund our own Silicon Valley?
All right now.
That becomes, where we're going to choose to put our money. Are we going to?
That is the issue. That is an issue. We could have a whole show on that. Where's the money?
Yeah. Well, we're going to have Mike Green speak on that. We have August 13th. We'll be doing our August, video cast, our solution cast. And Jim specifically wanted something done on funding your Silicon Valley, funding the Silicon Valley in your own backyard. Mike Green agreed yesterday to lead that. So we're pulling that together right now.
All right. And so I got a message from Willie Carey out there in Florida. Willie, are you in Orlando? Anyway, he says it is the investors. It's the investors lit. Okay, Willie, you have to retype that. It's the investors live in that location, and also there's a lot of money and culture. Okay, retype that to me, Willie. Retype that to me. Yeah, I think what he was trying to
I can
say,
say
though.
if the investors live in that location.
Right.
That's what he's saying. And what we're saying is, Willie, every area has. I mean, all areas have people with money, and then people with money at various levels. If people have smaller amounts of money, a mutual fund can be brought together to help fund. There are various ways to fund and innovations, but we do have to make choices because the whole point is we are the largest consumers in the world. So we
At
can
$1 trillion coming
Yes.
January.
So we can't say we don't have money. The issue is how we choose to spend our money, and can we be more strategic in our spending? So there are investors in each community, but again, if you don't realize that there is great tech and innovation around, and you don't realize how you can benefit from it, and if you don't build the infrastructure around it so that it does benefit the community, and we become the gatekeepers to our own communities and to our own technologies. If we learn how to become the gatekeepers, then people come to the community to do business and not take everything from the community, take all of our talent and resources from our community, then conceptually we should be able to do it. So first we just have to work at changing mindsets, and we hope that the Urban Tech Fair, just by showing what's possible, we can remove that equation, those two words, I can't, we can't. We can remove those words out the vocabulary.
Oh, absolutely. I think if people just understood, and this is another reason why I personally started to do this, because as I was speaking to investors about various things, but mainly when you speak to them about technology, many of them are just really unaware as to what is going on in the tech community, and they're so afraid of it because it seems unstable to them. And my thought is, if Silicon Valley can make $1 billion a day for some company, why can't we?
Yeah.
It's the same technology. We just come up with a different idea. And who's to say that it won't bolster and grow and expand and be something huge and massive? This is something that simply all you have to do is throw some money behind. You throw money behind all sorts of garbage that's out there, and it tanks.
Yes.
This is something that can grow the entire community. And I think that's something that people need to pay attention to now before we end up having a wasteland of lots of technology that nobody has actually helped grow. So you have these startups that are just starting, and they never actually get to grow from the startup phase and then go into a full and grown out business because you wouldn't contribute your part. And I truly believe, if we're going to talk on a spiritual level, that we talk about a body of people, whether it be a body of God, people who believe in the body of Christ, or whatever they believe in. A body functions together. So my hands, if I break this finger, the rest of these fingers have to work together in order for me to be functional. So together we are so much stronger than we are apart. But I would revert that finger, make you understand. But it is just that simple. We need to function as a body so that all of us can grow together. And in the United States, if we are a country that is production deficient, so we're not producing enough products, why not invest in a space where we're producing? You never know. People might actually, in my mind, if I was an investor, I'd be opening up tech hubs everywhere in the country, every block that I could put one on, and train people. 1. 2, then I would turn around and invest seed capital into ideas that can actually bring technology and new products into the country that can be exported. Not stuff that we're importing, but something that we can create and send out of here and actually make more money for this country. Now we're talking about changing the economics of the entire nation. Where are those people at that understand that? It makes sense to me, and they say, well, we could lose money. Well, you know what? You can lose money because you could drop dead walking outside. Business is about taking risk. And so the big risk is to say, okay, well, I believe in technology and I want to put money behind it. I believe that urban people in urban communities can actually invest. I've actually sat with investors who are just like my own skin tone and said to me, well, you know, black people don't know what to do with money, so we don't invest in them. And I said, so you don't invest in the black community, but you're black. And somebody had to invest in you. No, I worked for everything, but you got there some kind of way. So, you know, to understand, hey, Steve Brown joined us. Go, Steve Brown. Yay. All right. But, I mean, you know, and I'm not saying to give handouts. What I am saying is to learn how to give hand-ups and stop being crabs in a bucket. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
It makes sense.
Well, it's just the truth. So.
But, you know, if I could chime in.
Now, before we end up having wait a minute, Steve. And nobody has actually helped grow, so you have these startups that are just starting, and they never have so funny to grow my startup. You got an echo coming back off your screen.
Hey.
Okay, let's go to Cynthia really quick.
Yeah, no,
and
I'm
introduce...
turning it off right now.
Okay, hit mute for a minute until you get set up. And then we'll bring you in just a second. Cynthia, say what you were about to say. I'm glad you joined us.
So what I wanted to say, though, in defense of, you know, our community, because it's kind of easy to, you know, go around beating up on folks, but I think that we do need more education on how to go after the money.
Yes.
So one of the skills that Jacqueline and I share is how to write sponsorship proposals, how to write media kits. Oftentimes, we're not able to express ourselves in a fashion that the funders are looking for. And I teach this on the ground in my community because I work with a lot of nonprofits in my area that are so inflexible, and they don't understand how to match their ideas and creativity with potential funders who want to fund that. So, you know, what they often do is present this very inflexible position of, you know, this is what I do. I feed the hungry, and that's it. You know, that's what I do, take it or leave it. But we have to learn how to present what it is that we want to accomplish, the outcome that we want to see, in such a way that the funder, whether it's an investor, and we could talk about angel investing. I did a whole session on that quite a few years ago. I connected with some female angel investors, so that's a whole different beast. But not all money is the same. So
True.
More education does need to take place in our community to teach us about the different funding levels and what the requirements are, because there are no free lunches. A lot of people, especially in our community, start nonprofits because they think that money's just going to drop out of the sky. They're going to get all this free money. Then it doesn't happen, and they get frustrated, and then, you know, they want to kind of blame society. But, you know, to be effective, we really have to be able to present our case in such a way that it matches what outcomes the funder is looking for.
Hashtag knowledge is power, because knowing is only half the battle. So that is so serious. What you just said is for people to understand. I mean, even it's just in the last year with speaking to investors, you get such an education on the way money moves in this country and outside the country. It's so different than what most and everyday people think it is. It would blow your mind. So if you're an everyday person and you're starting a business and you say, okay, well, I'm going to get money because they say you can get money from a 501c3. Well, there are a lot of steps that you have to take to get that money. And of course, people say, well, I hire a grant writer. But then does the grant writer actually get money? There are a lot of people say they can write a grant. Yeah, they took a course, you know, but have they ever actually gotten any money for anybody? And then what's their success rate? You know, things like that. It very, very, very instrumental in knowing how to go forward. And then things like, I mean, just to be able to write. I am not a writer, so I would love to just find somebody who could just write everything I think. So that would help my life, period. But I'd probably be a multi-millionaire if I could do that. But
Cairo, I have to jump in on that one. That's scary. Somebody that can write everything you think.
Look, I'd have to pay them like at least $100,000 salary just to do that. I'm pretty sure of it. I'll get there one day. But yeah, Willie Carey said he's going to join us pretty soon. He actually said, from his standpoint, originally his first statement was investors live in that location, which is true. There are people who are always in different locations that are investing in your community. Now, you also have people who may be external to where you live at. In Atlanta, we hear that we have 72,000 millionaires here, 72,000 millionaires, and we also have Venture Atlanta, one of the biggest venture capital organizations in the whole nation, where they invest billions of dollars every year into U.S. companies. So, and they have this forum coming up, I believe, in August or October. It's about like $400, I think, to get in. But you can go and do these pitches. You can find it on YouTube. So go and look at the pitches that they do at the Atlanta Venture Capital, or is it Venture Atlanta? Venture Atlanta, yeah. So definitely go and check that out. Now, he also said, blacks do not team up. I have forcefully built a team without the help of African American mentors or white male mentors. Okay. And I understand that. And he said he'll get on pretty soon, so he can come in and talk to us. He's a younger guy, so I thought he was 25. I think he's like 28. So, anyway, Steve Brown. Steve Brown, are you with us? Steve Brown, are you with us? Looks like Steve's screen is frozen. Okay, Steve, let me know when you get back in. Let me know when you chime back in. So that, there you go. Yes, there you go.
It is I.
It is you. All right, Steve from the Digital Afro. Now, Steve can sound off about Digital Afro so well. Steve, I want you to tell us what Digital Afro is and tell us why you put it there. And then I want you to tell us about media enhancement. So I'll say start with what is Digital Afro Media?
Well, thanks. Yeah, Digital Afro is a project I started to expose more African Americans to science and technology. I feel as though that the African American community is so informed about science and tech, to the point of, I've said this several times, that most of the African American websites that you go to don't even have a tech section. Don't have anything digital, don't provide you any information on science and technology of any type. And it's really a travesty that our culture, all of us have laptops, cell phones, iPads, but no African Americans are really getting the information on how this stuff works, or getting any digital information at all. What's happening in the industry? What's happening in innovation? What's happening in all of these different realms? And it's like this whole kind of universe, like right in front of us, that nobody's really talking about. So I started Digital Afro to really expose African Americans to the technology and innovation industry, so that we stay informed and we know, when things are happening, we're not kind of like oblivious, and we're not just getting 100% entertainment information or sports. We're getting a balance of science and technology along with it. And digitalafro.com, we're really, to be honest, we're really the only African American owned website discussing science and technology at this level in the game right now. So I'm pretty proud of that. And I see my screen freezing a little bit, but yeah, it's I just really wanted to do something to really kind of just keep my culture informed on what's happening. Like I said, this whole universe of science and tech is just, we're just seemingly just so oblivious to all of this stuff. I mean, the things I talk about on there, flying cars and flying motorcycles and all of these things that are happening. People like, whoa, I did not know that they have that. But, I'm like, you go to digitalafro.com every single day, we will give you something amazing that will blow your mind every single day without fail about something that's transpiring in science and technology. And I just really want to inspire minds. And, and with that being said, there's always some other projects, and there's also some other media outlets that just don't want to inspire African American minds. They kind of want to keep us way, down here as far as they want to kind of dumb us down on. We want to do the opposite. So, speaking about media enhancements, what I've done for Digital Afro Media is essentially created a platform. It's a video platform that does picture-in-picture, and it does a mixing and matching of a video that you're watching. It actually goes out and finds a corresponding video based on tag words, and it matches the video that you're watching to another video and blends the two together for like a picture-in-picture type experience that's unlike anything that's on the web like right now. Like if you go to Digital Afro, well, actually, if you just go to digitalafro.com and you look up at the very top, you'll see an orange announcement bar. It's at the very top, and it basically gives you the description of Digital Afro Media. We're live now, and people are telling us that we're like the next evolution of video platform. And quite honestly, we really are. As I referenced, well, the other day when Cairo and I did a hangout, I talked about how people were saying, the way the Avatar ushered in a new era of 3D technology in the movie industry. That's the way Digital Afro Media is really giving people a video platform on a whole nother level and ushering in a new type of a video platform, the way just breaking brand new ground, doing something totally different that nobody's even, no one's even coming close to. So, I definitely want to, just say, please support Digital Afro. When you see our content, share our links, because it's just too important to just kind of like just look at this stuff and just kind of flow by it. You know what I mean? This information that we're kind of like oblivious to now. It's like we cannot afford to be kind of like just missing this stuff, because other cultures are like flying by us at light speed, and and we've got to like be in the loop. We can't just sit and hang out on, I don't want to call anybody out, but some of these websites that I'm sure y'all are familiar with, that we
World Star Hip Hop.
Yeah, so there you go. You can't just sit and we just can't sit up here and hang out on World Star Hip Hop 24/7. We've got to educate ourselves on this science and innovation and this technology that's happening all around us. We cannot sit up here and just, actually it's pretty funny, just a very, very quick story. I actually had a discussion with a major technology website, major African-American website. And I told them, like, hey, I'm Steve Brown. I'm like, y'all need to, we need to do something with STEM and technology. And they kind of gave me the runaround for like 2 weeks. And, talking about, well, we don't know if we can, basically they were trying to say that, African Americans, it's hard for us to kind of absorb all of this technology. And I was just like, man, y'all don't understand. It's like people want this information. You know what I mean? You can't, like, we cannot ignore this stuff anymore. So, we just really got to get on this stuff now. Like, we can't talk about it, we've got to do it. So that's my project, and some of what we've got a lot of other things going on, and Cairo knows about those, and we're going to probably talk about those too. But that's digitalafro.com. Support us, share all the links. Just nothing but amazingness every 24/7. So.
Absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much for that. We have a new visitor who has now joined in with us, Mr. Willie Carey out of Orlando, Florida. Are you in Kissimmee? Willie? Willie Carey?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I hear you fine. Thanks for
Yes,
stopping
Orlando.
by.
Thank you.
Orlando, O-Town. Willie is a programmer / developer and creator of all sorts of technology things. Thank you, Steve Brown, Digital Afro. Oh, you know what? We need to take a picture of everybody on screen too. But Willie Carey is good. Willie Carey is a wizard, another wizard that I know who actually has developed all sorts of websites. In fact, Willie, I won't say anymore. You introduce yourself and tell the world about all the different projects that you're working on, the crowdfunding and everything.
It's a lot of projects. I'm not going to bore you guys for the 4th. I've been on the whole time and just laughing at you guys saying you don't have nothing to do today. So I do have a cookout to go to in a minute, so I'm going to be very brief. But I have a company called Creative Upstart, and we're basically, what I've done is basically brought together a hub of different consultants. So what I provided is a one-stop shop for any small business, startup, entrepreneur, programmer, software developer, anybody that wants to basically take their product or technology to the next level. So we just actually closed on our last missing piece, which was a patent lawyer. So I got an exclusive deal with a local lawyer that'll basically handle a lot of my patents and also the technology companies that I build. So basically we're a big hub. I'm basically creating right now, we're developing a platform where we're the first all-exclusive, you can say, consulting company online. I'm trying to be the Amazon to the consulting world, and basically everything that the consumer needs is going to be online, basically. And it's basically, we call it an online incubator. So that's what we're working on now. And I know you know this, I work with a lot of athletes, and the reason why I do that, I play semi-pro myself. I played football, but because I had an education and I was always into, technology and my background, that allowed me to have a second career, working in Dubai as a private contractor. So that gave me the platform to really fall back on something different, but still have the same lifestyle. So I know you know a lot of athletes that transitioning from playing sports, to that secondary career is very hard for a lot of those guys.
Yes,
but me being a thinker, I looked at it as opportunity because a lot of those guys have followers. They have people that trust in them. They have the money or know people with the money. So if you can bring those guys onto technology, develop for them, it'll be an easier platform to attract those investors. So that's what we're doing now.
Willie, that you said that is a huge angle of mine. I was actually speaking to a former NBA player just recently, this week actually, and I was saying the same thing to him. He's in another space, but he was like, yeah, I hadn't even thought about technology. And I was like, I said, for what he's trying to do as far as his business is concerned, I was like, technology would take you miles and miles beyond where you could even imagine if you were to focus that money into technology. I was like, you can create platforms, I said, and leave legacies, because right now we're at this opening door. We're at the beginning. So what before was our civil rights movement, this is now like the new civil rights movement where I'm concerned. I think where if everybody were to jump on and understand how impactful and how major this movement is moving forward, they would see a whole entire new side of technology where it's not just for geeks, it's not just for nerds. It's not just for people who have gone and gotten these degrees in whatever type of technology industry. But it's for everybody. This is a place where everybody is open and able to create, like what you just talked about, and I mean, it's things I hadn't even thought about, going after specific types of niche markets. The investor, and I just said this before you came on, these investors, they're not in that mental space, so that you have a platform for now taking these investors, educating them on how to invest in tech, and then to find places where they can take that money and invest it is huge.
Yes, very true. And I've been like jumping and boiling around when you guys are talking about blacks in technology and how we can't find investors. But I think there's a couple things, and we can go on all day about this. But I think, I told you guys, I was living in Dubai for 2.5 years. I just moved back to the States almost 1.5 years now. And basically, I started from scratch, where I'm from in Orlando. But I think with blacks, every, networking meeting I go to, and there's a lot of incubators in Orlando now because we're trying to be a tech hub. I'm like either I'm the only black person or it's probably one or two other black people within that group. And what's happening, we're not in the know-how, right? So it doesn't
Absolutely.
matter what we're working on. If we're not in the know-how of the others that are working on this technology hub, we're not going to get the investors, because that's where the investors hang out. Since I've started going to these tech hubs, I've gotten 2 investors already, you know, and one from a black individual that was a veteran. You know, I'm a veteran as well. So we have to get in the know, and I think that is what's hurting us. It's really, you know, it's the money is out there, just like you said. The money is out there, the companies are out there, but we have to get in the know. We can't just hang around, like Steve said, on these social sites, you know, and sharing these videos, but we have to get out there and work. All you can do is work. You know, Monday, I basically got back to revenue with my company, and I picked up 13 clients. You know, 5 of those clients were from that networking meeting. You know, so it's just things that we have to do. We have to work together. And I know you read my the message about when I was saying African American mentors. What I was saying was, when I first built my company, I reached out to a lot of local African American mentors to help me build. And they basically were like, hey, you're not at the point where I want to touch you, because most of those guys had either a business that was established, they were making money, so they looked at my hobby as, okay, what do you have for me right now, right? Now that I've built a company with white males and a mixture of, and what I did, I looked at statistics. My co-founder is an Asian guy. And I looked at, you know, most companies are funded when they have Asians on the board. He also has technology companies. So we basically partnered together to make this big conglomerate, you know, that we can go after the money together now. And the thing is, all the people I reached out to was basically no, no, no. But now that I got this big team together and they see the progress, now they're like, hey, I want to hear more about what you're doing. You know, but now I'm to the point where, hey, I'm good now. You know, I have 100 years of experience with my executive team.
You know what? And that's huge that you made that statement. I've actually experienced a similar situation, like I said, over the last year or so, speaking to investors. And a lot of our African American investors, they will not touch us. And I said that, I think, before you came on. So, yeah, I totally understand where you're coming from when you say that. And it's bad because we have a stigma in our community where we'll say, well, black people won't support black businesses. But when we go and try to get support from people who can support us, you know, in a big way, you know, we get that kind of reaction. And we're in 2 different states. So I know for a fact that it's not that it's just in Orlando. I'm in Atlanta. So just really quick, I wanted to read some of the comments over in the panel. Big things going on over here with Jacqueline stating that producers and versus consumers, founders of Zappos invested $50 million into creating a Silicon Valley in Las Vegas. Jacqueline, that conversation was actually what made me think about talking about this earlier. I was one of my shower moments. When I'm in the shower, I think better. But yeah, that actually was it. And I was trying to think where I had that article at, because I know Jim has shared that article on social media before, and very intense article. And I didn't realize it was Zappos, so I think I did, but it was a while ago. So yeah.
Yeah, we're actually in talks with him, because what happened was, and this kind of goes to what Willie was speaking about. You know, he came in the black community rush. Well, you need to spend some of this money in the black community. You need to bring that Silicon Valley out, because where it is like totally away from the black community. But what he did, Frank came and said, like, look, I just put $50 million in this. I'm not doing anything else until this is built. You know, and, you know, money-wise, that's logical. I haven't built what I just put money into. Now you're asking me to go, you know, build and go somewhere else. Until this is functioning, I'm not having any other conversations. So then it becomes apropos on our behalf, how can we bring value to what he has? And this is the type of strategic thinking we have to do. A lot of times, even if people will tell you, if you listen, how to sell them. And sometimes people will also, and a lot of the no's that probably Willie first got, what those people was telling you, really, which was to your advantage, they're not flexible enough to deal with you and your vision on its level. And so that was, honestly, I put you there to tell you you need to actually go somewhere else. I think T.D. Jakes had talked about giraffe vision or something, like, because giraffes are tall and their long necks and all, where they see things at. Everybody is not, some people on a turtle's level, and then some
Right.
people on a direct, you know, just what, and you can only see what you can see. And so sometimes people, I find out, with real vision and with extensive vision, they will go to people, and you go to people, just because somebody has money and education and all does not make them smart, does not
Yes.
make them a visionary, does not make them good business people. Sometimes people may not have the money, but they're in a position. You know, I've done it. I've taken a full service money making vision, I think one time, to one of the organizations and a nonprofit. He pulled the part out of the vision I hadn't really looked at, but he pulled one little part. He said, I think that's good. And it was the hardest part to actually develop. I actually wanted, this was back in the 90s, but I'm talking about doing life plans, not just business, but doing your life plan, doing a holistic look, finding people passion, and then matching their passion. Because I'm an idea person. I got a million idea person. So basically talking about idea venture capital firm. Now I also used to be a vendor in a street vendor in Philadelphia. So there is a need for street vendors to, you know, they need administrative work. They need to know, you know, how to file taxes. And then they need various ideas, because the habit was on the street. We get the great idea, find a great product, you bring it out. Then eventually it take about 2-3 weeks, everybody find out where you got it from. They all go buy it. Then everybody try to undercut everybody. And they get to the point that the price drops so low there's no more money in it. Instead of coming together and saying, hey, this is going to be our market price, like other communities will do. Like, you know, as an industry, we established this is the market price. We don't go below it, because you go below, nobody's making money. And so your innovator comes out with the good product. They make money off of it. Then people come follow until they water it all down. So I just had spoke on that. The man pulled out the one little vendor part. I said, but do you know how hard these people are going to be to sell, to get money, to convince them that they need all of this? But all the real money aspects he overlooked. So that's just to share that, you know, just start to listen to people, but also services like Willie's, like I want to find all out about it. But, you know, I'm really, you know, get services, get people help you with the things that you need, because the one thing anybody with money, the one thing they want to know is not how good is your idea, how well are you going to keep my money, how well you want to grow my money. If you're looking at grants and funders, they want their name to live on. But if you have a project or a product that can't sustain itself beyond what they give you, beyond the kindness of stranger, if it has no sustainability on its own, then they're not going to invest, because their objective to build a legacy, you're not helping them build that. So just as far as, you know, those are just some money talk things. But
I think you're right. You know, I don't think most people understand that you aren't really doing business until you can do business and leave your business and it's still running. So, you know, you by yourself can't be the business. And I think a lot of people, I have a gentleman that I was speaking to that's in production and video production. He is like hell bent on maintaining his business, and I'm like, well, if something happens to you, and something actually did happen this week, something happens to you, then what happens to your business? It stops running. So then there's no business there if you're not there. You're the business, and the business is not sustainable. So I think that's yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, and you're right about that. And the funny thing is, when I first started my business, I did a lot of research, and I wanted to, you know, make sure I did it right. And the thing I think is, not even African Americans, I just think people that don't know how to build businesses, we build jobs instead of businesses.
Yeah.
Businesses are meant to make you money while you're sleeping. If your business cannot make you money while you're sleeping, or you get out of position and it still runs itself, it's not really a business. You've hired yourself, basically. And that's where I took that factor out of what I'm doing, and to the point where I'm even looking to step down as CEO and put that guy that I know can, you know, be the CEO and go after money, because I'm a creative guy. You know, I want to create. You know, I'd rather be, you know, on the director's board than, you know, trying to be the CEO of the company. And that's, you know, God places different people. You know, he gives us the gift, you know, and you just have to put it all together. And you also, a lot of times I see with a lot of businesses and African American businesses, we don't have teams. Everybody that I consult that are younger,
Mm-hmm.
they have no team. They may say, I don't know how to get these people. When I first came, I didn't know too many people. You know, I knew too many people around the world, right? But what I did was basically say, okay, God, these are the people I need. And I basically just went after these people, you know, and now I have 7 executives, and I have more coming on, and advisors waiting on me to basically just give them a position. And if you don't have that team that has different strengths, not the same strength, everybody can't be me. You know, you got to have the financial guy. You have to have the technical guy. You have to have the marketing, the sales. But when you come together, you know, that's when you make that strong group. And I think that's what a lot of us are lacking when we develop our business.
Oh, absolutely. And I think we did a call. We did another hangout about this before. I think Lazone Gray was on, Cynthia was on. Jacqueline, were you on too? I'm not sure, but I know we had about 5 people, and we were talking about how we can now create teams within our networks, because we have a lot of unemployed people. So to be able to take these people and to duplicate them into multiple businesses or resellers of our business, you know, could be massive on an economic scale, in addition to really uplifting our community. We could just take the people in our own community and do that. And I mean, to think the whole world is our oyster, though, because of the internet. We can be doing training sessions now on how to become me. You know what I mean? How to become Jacqueline, how to become the Urban Tech Fair. So this is something that I think is imperative. And actually, Willie, I'm going to say this to you. We should probably do a Google Hangout specifically on that conversation, and get on my blog talk radio show and do that, and bring you down and do something whenever you come into Atlanta and come over to one of my stops at Microsoft when I do the live show. So, yeah.
No, that'd be awesome, and hopefully I can bring on some of my celebrity or athletes, you know, to talk more. And also we have to diversify. Right? And also before I leave, we have to also diversify our businesses where we have multiple revenue streams. You know, we just can't focus on one. Even if it's your baby, you know, it's your baby, but do the consumers want that baby, right? That's what we have to think about. So that's why when I brought in my business, I made different branches, you can say, of my company, but I developed teams within those branches to do the work. You know, I didn't want to do all the work. So that's why, you know, with people that I have in South Miami, I have a sports incubator program that not only works with the athletes, but it gives them the consulting they need for their business. You know, so with that, guess what happened? I'm launching in a couple of weeks a jet fractional ownership company. And I would have never did that if it wasn't for me trying to diversify. And I'm gonna post the link so you guys can see the one in the brochures. But basically, I built this basically jet fractional ownership. And what I'm doing is leveraging the athletes, the people they know, to help them come into business for themselves. And I got a couple big time people coming on board. Maury Starr, if you guys know him, he did know it. Glowstone Green, he's one of the guys that I actually consult with Glowstone. And I got those kind of people coming to my team that can sell the vision. You know, it's just not me. And that's what I think we have to do.
Willie, tell people who Maury Stark is that may not know. Who's breathing? I hear. I'm sorry.
Maury Starr, he was the manager for New Edition, and he's recorded basically a lot of. He lives down here in D-Land. He's recorded some of the greatest old songs. You can research him basically. I was trying to see right now, but he has a lot of great songs, and he's coming on the team because he knows a lot of people. I basically, I'm best friends with his manager, and I'm consulting his manager's clients. So with that, what happens, you build relationships. Another person, you probably can go on my Facebook, all you guys at me, Beth Silverberg, she works down in South Florida, and she's close connects with the Miami Heat organization, and she's trying to introduce me to those people. But it's just, we have to network, you know, and I met her on Facebook. We became friends for 8 months on Facebook, and now we communicate every day. I'm building her business with her business plan. I'm building a revenue model for her company, and now next thing you know, I'm meeting with Miami Heat organization. So that's the kind of things we have to do. We can't be scared. You know, we got to be limitless, you know, and it's no boundaries. That's what we have to, understand.
I want to thank you for coming on. I know you said you had to get to a barbecue, so I don't want to hold you, but I definitely want to thank you for coming on and sharing that information, because that is life-giving. I appreciate that. And I always want people to have a platform where we're going to have life-giving information, because this is stuff that can help change and revolutionize and I always say this, what our past was, that we had a past that in this country is labeled with slavery and oppressions and overcoming, to where we can now go into a place of victory. And I truly believe that our tool is technology, where we can now take this platform and run with it, because right now there's really not a lot of laws applied to technology. Whether you guys know that or not, you have the ability, free reign, to go and create whatever you really want. There are probably some hindrances on human body parts, and things like that. But you really have the ability to go and create and just explore with technology and grow it and expand. And I think, and our resident nanotechnology expert is online with us. So I think since we're in the STEM platform, I think it would be good for us to go and talk on STEM. And then I'm going to do a shameless plug for myself. But Cynthia, since we're here, and we're talking about STEM, which is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, can we talk a little bit about the education of nanotech? Because there is a platform of nanotechnology by which I think we should now be gearing our youth to go and actually start to try and find mastery and education in. If you're going to college, that's a great field to pick up, medical nanotech, period. Cynthia, can you enlighten us on nanotechnology and why you have that information?
Well, and I'm not an expert, everybody. So Cairo,
My expert.
Probably, I'm more or less her nanotech guru, because we love to chat about all things tech and where technology is headed. But it's true, nanotechnology is a growing field, especially as it relates to the medical industry, and more colleges, community colleges, universities are offering anything from coursework to certificate in nanotech, and it's really just taking something and making it extremely small and pliable. So recently I attended a nanotech conference where they were talking about some of the things that are coming through the cell phone, and that's why Karen and we have got to talk offline, because our cell phone will be a mobile lab in about 5 years, whereby we'll be able to put our blood into the cell phone, and the cell phone then will read our blood for us and tell us what's going on inside of our bodies. So it's so wide and massive. Cairo and I also talked about the transportation industry, where nanotech is having a huge impact in transportation. So there's just, like you guys are saying, there's so many opportunities, and whatever an individual has an interest in, they can find some form of technology to marry that with and make their mark, and definitely leave a legacy, not just a legacy of success, but a legacy of turning around what has happened in the Black community in terms of everything you guys were talking about, as far as we don't support each other or back each other or whatever. We are turning that around. Yes. We really are. And I think as more people see that, they will jump on board with that movement. But definitely look at nanotech with regards to textiles, fashion, not just wearables, but what the technology is going to do once it's infused with fabric, nanotechnology and transportation, and what's coming there via transportation, and definitely medical. It's just you can't even believe what is happening with nanotech and the medical field. So someone, for example, right now who might be a CNA or nurse assistant or something in that area can learn nanotech and take themselves from 0 to 10 almost overnight.
Wow, and I could think about the growth in income that could have for just an everyday person. Steve and I actually watched, I think after you talked about the nanotech, I went into, everybody smile, we're having a picture taken of us. So, yeah, so I think I went and researched on YouTube some of the nanotechnology, futuristic concepts that were out there. Again, but so Steve was on my blog talk broadcast. Steve is my resident futurist, so he comes on and does my segment called "The Future Is Now," and so we actually just this week spoke about the future is now. Why is everybody taking pictures? So the future is now, and so we were speaking just about this spray. It was a nanotech spray. Steve, can you go into that really quick?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, there's well, as far as nanotechnology, there's a lot of things that are happening that are pretty phenomenal. Well, one of the things I've been looking at, there is a spray that can essentially turn any surface into a solar generator. So what they're really conceiving of is basically they're putting microscopic solar panels. They're breaking them down to on a molecular level and basically turning them into an aerosol. And what you could do is essentially spray this stuff on any surface, on a car, on a building, on a roof, on anything, and it essentially becomes a solar generator. So now we can essentially turn any object into a solar collection panel that can be used to sustain our energy grid. So we don't have to, let's say, take a $1 billion or a region or a city or something like that. Does not have to take a huge chunk of resources as far as outlay of capital and planning and a 6-year development cycle to create a solar generator. We can essentially, if this material gets passed, you can essentially take anything and turn it. You can even spray this stuff on the roads too. So now our roadways and pathways can power our vehicles and power our, each building can have its own sustainable energy, and cars can have their own, can actually receive the energy and even pass that energy along as they're traveling. So I mean, that's one thing that's pretty incredible. Another thing that I've really been looking at as far as technology is there's a new material that actually can, when it comes in contact with air, can actually morph itself and become more aerodynamic. So the way, when you can spray this material on airplanes or on cars or on any object that you want to make more aerodynamic and conserve energy or actually create transferable energy, create energy for that vehicle or to eliminate drag and the things like that. You can actually spray this material onto an airplane. It'll actually morph itself into becoming more aerodynamic. It actually transform its body type. And Cairo and I were talking about how, on a molecular level, that's really, we were joking about how, the future is now with Transformers. That's really on like a molecular level. That's really what the Transformers were. They're basically a race of beings that of course are made of metal. But what they can do on a molecular level is change their actual molecular structure to on a microscopic scale to basically configure themselves into any object that you want. And and it's very it's a lot of people, we always say the future is now, but all this stuff that we're talking about actually that's one of the first things you're going to see when you come on Digital Afro are materials like this, nanomaterials like this. molecular transformation tools. I mean, they're doing stuff now. I mean, they're making, saran wrap, plastic that you can easily tear with your hand. They're making that stuff on a molecular level as strong as steel now. So nanotechnology is taking objects and is turning them into a whole other type of structures that, I mean, just the possibilities are endless of what's going on with nanotechnology. Something else too, very briefly, I mean, they're actually making microscopic computer chips and microscopic cells that can actually go into the body and fight diseases. And like we were talking about, with medical breakthroughs, these, and then actually once the virus has been attacked, these nanostructures actually just melt into the body because they're saline based. I mean, it's just mind blowing stuff that the future is now, and so nanotechnology is probably one of the most exciting things happening in the world right now, and anybody that's not learning or wants to find out about this stuff, it's kind of like, you're really missing out on a whole other universe of amazing, just mind-blowing stuff. So definitely, like I said, go to digitalafro.com. Like I said, one of the first things you're going to see is me discussing this new material, this new aerodynamic material. Everybody in thermodynamics is excited about it. So it's just go on Digital Afro, and I have like dozens of articles written about nanotechnology. So go on there right now and check it out.
That is at www.digitalafro.com. To get the Digital Afro Media, you want to go www.digitalafro.com/video/media.
Media/video.
Oh, okay. digitalafro.com/media/video.
Yeah, the orange bar at the top of the website. Can't miss it.
That was a commercial plug for you. And so, back to my shameless plug. So we're in this phase where we've been on here for a minute now, but we're in this space where we are supposed to be being joined with the Essence Festival and waiting on Andrew West, the modern CEO from NBITLO, the National Black Information Technology Leadership Organization. They are out there doing Yes We Code and Black Girls Code and Prince.
Cool to be out there.
Things happen. So, we are in this space now waiting for them to open up the tech village so that we can see it. They said they have a really bad Wi-Fi connection. Okay, just on that note, if you have an event, if you have a bad Wi-Fi connection that is technology based, you need to have a good Wi-Fi connection. Please have a good Wi-Fi connection whenever you have a technology event. And I think we went to one, and I won't say it because it was a bad connection, but I'll be, oh my God, please have a good Wi-Fi connection. And if you have to back it up with having two,
goodness, please have
or three, maybe you want to do that. Yeah, definitely.
Goodness.
And so, to know that, there are some people who are supposed to join us. I sent a message out to Farouk Hunter. They are in a hackathon now, and I guess when Andrew scheduled this, he didn't know the timing for the hackathon, so we may end up having to come back and do a round 2 with just the people who are out there, because there is a whole entire tech village set up. And he was telling me about this lady who has some fashion wearable shoes that light up, tech wearables, and all sorts of stuff that's out there. I really wanted to get that correspondence from him because that would have been awesome. So I don't care if I have to get back on and do it again. I'll wait for him to be able to get on and come on and give me that feedback, because that's huge. To be able to broadcast live from the tech village, and I think it'd be some content that other people might be interested in looking at, especially because we're not there. I don't want to see what the Essence Festival turns out, especially in the tech space where African Americans are concerned. and because they're doing, the whole Yes We Code, and the STEM function is down there, and people are in the space for educating young people today, and I think they're having a blast because I see everybody posting the things that are happening at the actual Yes We Code space, and I think I saw James Hines post the girls group from the Black Girls Code. They got a check for like $1,200, $1,500 for the team. I was like, that was pretty cool. So they showed up and they got paid. So that was good. And so with, the future is now, my shameless plug is that for the Urban Tech Weekend, which will be September the 25th through the 27th, I'll be holding a forum, which I'm looking for dynamic speakers to come and talk about the future of technology, where we sit in technology in the future as African Americans, and what we would like to see happen. I want to see people who are building robots, people who are building maglev technology, people who are in the nanotech space, people who have some really high-tech information where technology is concerned, to really be on that panel. And even if you're not, if you're somebody who might just be a lover of future tech, I want you on that panel. I want you to be out there, and we're going to do a live broadcast via maybe Google Hangout, maybe Skype, or live stream, one of those. But we'll have that information out so that people who aren't able to make it actually can see what is happening inside of that forum. Now, if you'd like to sponsor the forum, you can email me at CairoQween@gmail.com. That's CairoQween@gmail.com. Really important that we get some sponsors on board. Now, the great thing about this technology, the fact that, one, you are looking at the #1 group of consumers in the entire United States of America, and for the technology industry, are going to be assembled in one location where they're going to be able to spend money. So if you are a tech company, if you are a tech startup, if you are somebody who might be interested in pulling a new audience of people who may want to check out your product, if you have a new product that's coming on the, if you're in the middle of a release, this is the place you need to be at. Get your booth. They're dirt cheap. I guarantee you won't be able to get a booth at any other tech event at that rate. So go to www.urbantechweekend.com or .org. That's www.urbantechweekend.com. And that's a plug for me. You can also look on all my stuff, www.techsocialite.info, because I'm an information activist. But go to the www.techsocialite.info page and leave a message for me. You can send me a direct message there. It'll go straight to my email, and I can respond to you. Please leave your return contact information. In addition to the fact that I also have a blog talk show that'll be on Tuesday nights at 8 p.m. Eastern. And this week I'll have the BDPA Atlanta chapter president, D.S. Brown, who is also high-level management in the technology department for Macy's, the corporation, and he is also a sci-fi author. Big techie. He's a nerd too, just like me. So we're going to have a blast talking about that. Of course, Steve Brown will be on with The Future Is Now. Steve, I won't say to tell us what it is you're going to talk about this week, but last week was fun, and the week before that was fun too. So I'm always looking forward to talking about the future and the future of technology, because that is literally where I want to be at, and I hope other people want to be too. But of course, the future is now, and so we don't really have time to look for what tomorrow is going to bring, because tomorrow is happening yesterday. Yes. So what you thought was going to be 30 years from today is actually happening right now in this space. Exactly. And so to look and know that we have people like Tech Divas Uncorked, who, before I ever did a taste of technology, actually merged wine with the concept of conversating over technology. I think that is awesome. That we have the Urban Tech Fair involved, which is a national platform for technology, and that's where Jacqueline comes in at, with Jim Newsom, where we have a
Silicon Valley.
Huh?
Did you mention Southern Silicon Valley?
Not yet. I haven't gotten to that yet. I was talking about who's actually on this platform as we sit here right now.
Right.
and who's supposed to be here. But yeah, so to look and to know that we have the Urban Tech Fair, where Silicon Valley is in your own backyard, you know, and we're going to show you that all throughout multiple states. And you can check out Southern Silicon Valley. Excuse me, not Southern Silicon Valley. You messed me up. Check out the Urban Tech Fair at urbantechfair.org. That's www.urbantechfair.org. You can go to techdivasuncorked.com, correct? Or is it .org? Wait, she's on mute, so we'll wait for her to come back. But www.techdivasuncorked, like a bottle of wine, uncorked.com. Okay, great. So check that out, and that's Cynthia Frazier. So I'm going to keep going. I mean, if you guys can't hang, then and I understand it is the 4th of July, but I'm going to roll until I can get Andrew on this call. At least. And I don't know if it's that his connection is bad or if it's the Wi-Fi that's there at the platform that is actually bad. But I sent this out to probably about 100,000 people, so I'm hoping somebody watches it and that we can get this actually connected to anybody at the Essence Festival. Greg Greenlee, if you're out there and you're watching and you're interested in joining us, I sent a message to you. Farouk Hunter, if you're out there and you are interested in joining, I sent a message to you. And I know all these guys are at the Yes We Code this weekend. So Rashid Brown, if you're out there, I know you went to Loyola, so if you're out there, you know, and you are at Yes We Code, please, please, please click in and show us something about and tell us about what's going on in the tech space there at the Essence Festival. I think Karen is on, Jacqueline's on. Karen can give us a plug for Social TV Chat. Social TV Chat is an awesome, awesome platform. I think that's socialtvchat.com, if I'm not mistaken. I know it's inside of Tumblr.
Oh, it's Social TV Chat on Tumblr. That's it.
Okay, all right, Social TV Chat on Tumblr. And so really great platform where she actually well, you actually learn how to do it, but huge platform of people who are engaged in sending messages back and forth about a specific topic. And this week we talked about the BET Awards. I'm going to throw a dart real quick. BET, I'm going to need y'all to come up. I mean, seriously. And I'm just saying that. I need you to come up. We're in this space where we're elevating minds right now. Yes. And you are the only platform that has the mass amount of people that actually can get a message to our people directly. And I know that it's not only our people running BET, but at the same time, those of you, and I don't want to say the name of the lady who is actually running it because I don't want to call her out, but those of you that are running it, please, 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 make me understand why we can't have at least a news platform. You know, just the news, just a little bit of information to get out to the people. That's not something that is displaying.
Every day videos.
What Cynthia said, everybody black ain't twerking. So we twerking for tech, okay? We're in a tech twerking space. So
I used to work at BET, so you remember what?
Right. And let me keep that on the up and up. So
exactly.
But yeah, I mean, and Steve was one of the positive shows, was part of one of the positive shows that BET has had. And to really try to bring BET back up, I think you should bring Steve back and let Steve do his thing because
Thank you.
Steve was a part of Teen Summit. And,
I was a Teen Summit kid. And actually, it's interesting, you know, you bring up news because actually, I started noticing, everybody that worked there started noticing that they were kind of like, you know, phasing out all the information, all the informative type of content. You know, they just started kind of like gradually phasing it out, and everybody that was working there was like, you know, I mean, of course, we're not going to say that on the air and whatnot, but I mean,
you already did.
They're not going to say that, you know what I mean, to lose their jobs and whatnot. But, you know, a lot of people in there were kind of like, you know, what's up? Why are we only, you know, doing, you know, video content? And even Sheila Johnson, who's Bob Johnson's wife, was, you know, she still is like, you know, when they sold BET, they sold it to Baruch, the Jewish company, you know, and all of the when that whole transition happened, essentially even Sheila Johnson is like, when are we gonna start showing more content other than just twerking and you know what I mean, and all of that right now. I mean,
Buffoonery.
yeah, when are we gonna start getting back to informing the black community? And she's talking about that like heavy, even now today they were just talking about that last week and before the BET Awards. She's still like, black people are so diverse. Why are we only doing one type of thing? So
I'm so glad she said that, because my thought is Oprah Winfrey, Tyler Perry, BET, TV1. I'm talking to all of you. Centric, what is it? BET Centric. All of these platforms that we have that are not under one umbrella, but they're close.
very
But
close, yeah. They're all the same.
to really, make a statement to you. We are not just underintelligent people. We are not people who are just completely interested in shaking our butt all the time. We are not people who want to look at goofiness all the time.
Reality
We're not.
shows.
Right. We don't need a reality show every day. If you could bring us something, I mean, our reality is bad enough as it is. To look and go, there's a positive side to where we are, and to know that there is a cultivated media identity that's already been formulated about us. You are the open platform for us to be able to cultivate a positive identity, and we lost that with you, and I refuse to support you until you fix that. So somebody asked me on a chat the other day, why would I even think about shutting BET down as the only black platform? Because you know what? The platform that I see isn't putting forth positive images of people who I look like, and people like yourselves that are here with me. I wouldn't dare represent you via BET or World Star Hip Hop for that matter, and be able to look and say, okay, well, you have millions of people who are chasing your buffoonery that you're putting out. I'm throwing a dart. Fix it. So,
Right.
and I hate to say that, but it is. Entertainment, I have heard many interviews with BET staff, and they all say, look at our mission. It's entertainment, TV1. Wow, that was Cynthia's post. Karen said, me too. I was like a 20-something wife and mom, but I had my 6 and 7-year-olds watching Teen Summit, and Cynthia said she loved Teen Summit. Love that.
All my BET folks are still, we all connected on Facebook, and we always talk about how things were really cool back in those good days, and we just kind of want to see things transition back into those cool times. You know what I mean? Not so much. You know what I mean? Not because there's a lot of stuff that's glorified on black media now that's just not really where the African American mind needs to be at this particular point. You know what I mean? Like the problems, like Cairo said, it's like the reality is so crazy. It's kind of like we need a media platform to yank us out of the reality, not keep us in it. You know what I mean? We can't.
Well, not only that, to understand, I'm from Colorado, and so in Colorado, when I was growing up, we had no black radio station. Colorado Springs, there was no black radio station there. The closest thing to a black radio station was in Denver, Colorado. So I didn't hear a lot of soul music when I grew up. I didn't hear that until I went to college and when I came here to Atlanta after college. And so to understand that you can cultivate an identity for an entire race of people because you are the only platform that is out there.
Right.
And so I don't know any better from what I see on television is being cultivated about my people, except for my family didn't look like that, you know what I mean, or doesn't look like that right now. And so the image that you keep pumping out is this one image. They didn't used to do that when Donnie Simpson was on there. I formulated a drill team, and I'll say this, I had a drill team of 44 girls, all sorts of different nationalities. I was the captain of the drill team. I learned every step that I had off the BET College's step shows they used to have on there. I could even recite them to you. Africa is where stepping begins. But anyway, so to look, and so
it's like school day.
Oh my God! Don't get me started. Where is Spike Lee? I need Spike Lee to come back. But anyway, so to look and to understand, that this was an identity that can be cultivated for people who are not really able to attach with people who are looking like them. And my only experience of a black culture was via books and BET. real talk, in my own family. And so to be able to understand that is that type of impact that you have on a whole population of people in rural areas, you got to do better. And I mean, you have to do better. Back then, BET was awesome. It was awesome sauce all day. They used to have all sorts of good information. We had BET News. We used to have civil rights stuff that was on. They had all sorts of stuff, the black man shows and things like that. And now it's just
video.
goofiness,
Just videos and ROHA.
Yeah, and
the platforms that you can watch black entertainment on, there's Bounce TV, which is free.
Yes.
You don't have to pay for it. Aspire and the HBCU network. So, and then you can find content online. I absolutely positively refuse to support BET in its current state, and I know that's harsh because I have family members that work at BET, but I just can't because they're not telling my story. It was a slogan a couple of years ago: "My Black is beautiful," or "My Black story is different than your Black story." Well, they need to do that because my Black story doesn't look like any of the things on Love and Hip Hop ATL or anything that I see now happening on BET. I mean, initially because the writer of The Game is from Richmond, California, where I am from. Some similarities to my life were in the initial Game show, but once it moved to BET, I can't even identify with the show at all, and I've had to stop watching it.
I did too.
When they do have a good show, like the one with Tracy Ellis Ross on it, they canceled it. And then the one where the Let's Stay Together off of Al Green's song was a great show, and it's just kind of not happening. They don't promote it as much. They have an awesome show about to come out with Lorenz Tate in it. However, because if I watch it on BET, I'm supporting the rest of the foolishness and buffoonery. I'm on the fence. Do I watch it? Do I not watch it? They got one good show and 29 that make you want to throw up. They tell somebody else's story, not my story, not anybody else's story that I know kind of closely. So I don't know. I mean, we could bash them all day long. I think that's not the thing to do. Maybe we should do what President Barack did. He challenged them 5 years ago to come up with better programming. So for like half a season, they had some really decent shows, and then they disappeared. I'm saying maybe everyone with power and influence should challenge them to bring on shows that talk about tech.
Preach, girl.
So they need to bring it back. I mean, Tavis Smiley, Ed Gordon, so many of our excellent news people started there. Even AJ and Free, they did entertainment, but they weren't covering foolishness and buffoonery like what's happening now. So would give the talent something good to showcase, and all of us will come back to the channel. I mean,
get Steve Brown to host a tech show. Woohoo!
I agree with you 198% because that is, they just don't, I mean, and I know, like I keep saying, I know it's not completely a black network, and I know that there is an industry behind that is pushing a specific image out about us. And my thing is, and I say this a lot, hashtag using my digital currency. Using your digital currency. We have the ability to make change via social media. And I say this a lot because the power of social media is so impactful. When you look and you say there are 1 billion people on YouTube, 1 billion people on Facebook, there is a message that we can send out, that we actually can utilize technology, because we're here in this space, to be able to put out a message to change things. And because we are the #1 consumers of all gross domestic products, and we are the big spenders in this country, currency. We ought to shift our digital currency and support the things that support what we want supported. So to look and to say, I saw so many people complaining about these BET awards on Facebook, and to know how many people were so disappointed in the presentation of what they put together and what we now consider to be, and Jackie, you got to chime in here, what we now consider to be, good quality music, and that it's acceptable to put it on a screen for your children, and that it's okay. And I know we got to talk censorship in a minute now, but certain things just shouldn't be on. Remember they used to have an uncut show where they would air stuff at 11 and 12 at night? That stuff is now like on screen during the regular day.
Yeah,
and so my thought is, why are we allowing that to happen? Why are you people supporting BET and allowing your children to watch? Why are you people out there, because I don't have any children, but why are you people not complaining in mass droves about fixing BET? Because our support is why they're running.
Well, can I put in a plug, please, for TV One? We are not limited anymore to one network.
True.
There was a time when people, felt like, okay, BET is the only black-owned network, but TV One does an excellent job at providing a diverse programming schedule. Not all of it is to my taste, but it's definitely cuts and cuts above some of the programming that's available on TV One, and then on BET. But we also have Eccentric, which is another black. I'm not sure if it's black owned. I believe that it is. It's an offshoot, I think, of someone else. But Eccentric also has some great programming, and particularly from the historical point of view. So Eccentric shows a lot of the black movies, the early movies from the 60s and even back to the 50s. So we do have alternatives, and I think we need to push for those alternatives rather than, just we need to bash, but we also need to push for, what else is out there. But then there's some great opportunities on Roku and on some of the digital cable stations as well. They're looking for content. They're open. Some of it, when I say some of it, I mean some of the time available is affordable, and there's some real opportunities there to start your shows on some of the alternative digital platforms as well.
Yeah, you know what? Hashtag using my digital currency, because that is absolutely what I've been talking about, is trying to get people to utilize social media to say a message, leave the message that this is what we want to support because this is what we like. This is where our money should go, and this is what we want you to do in order to get our attention. Because if you have that power, and power is such a wonderful thing to have, but to know how to utilize it, and not giving up your resources, but to be able to take this power and now say, shift. Okay, here's how we are going to take our power and now start to impact the United States of America and make people come to our doorstep and make people say, okay, well, you know what, I want to advertise with and for them. I want to turn around and put sponsorships and scholarships in their community for that community. I want to help build that community. I think that's a huge impact that we can all have with, just using our digital currency. And currency is nothing but energy. So just like money is, yes, OWN Network is a great platform. I love the fact that OWN has a soap opera on it. I always wanted to have a black soap opera when I was growing up. I always wanted that. So that they have, the haves and have-nots is great. Thumbs up to Tyler Perry for that. And I appreciate that. It's something that I think it was much needed in entertainment, period. So that's wonderful. hashtag Tyler Perry anyway, because you know what? Because Tyler Perry really has renovated the way that the film industry has been viewed in the state of Georgia. And I know if it had not been for him building these movies out of Atlanta, that a lot of the stuff that's happening here now in entertainment probably wouldn't be happening here. And with the tax credits that were given to the entertainment industry, it only makes sense to allow Hollywood to come in here and rebuild a new form of Hollywood. Same thing with the Silicon Valley. I still feel like everything is technology. Technology is in everything. So the film industry, entertainment industry, music industry, all the arts, that's all technology. So yeah, and Jacqueline's on mute, but could probably speak to the music industry and hip hop community as to how we could cultivate a change in what we see and believe in the hip hop industry. Because I think that is a part of where some of the things have majorly had an impact on our youth and our I mean, I know grown men who are walking around at my age and older sagging still. So speaking to that, Jacqueline, I know that this is an arena that you are very well versed in, where technology and music is concerned, and how the hip hop community is and was born and where it is right now. What do you think that we could do? She said yuck. Cynthia said yuck. Hashtag stop sagging. Okay, that's another hashtag. Stop sagging. I like that one. Yeah, but Jacqueline, can you speak to the hip hop community, about the hip hop community, and what we can do to elevate the images of ourselves using media and social media?
Yes. Well, and the hip hop community avidly uses these things. The big issue, what I'm an advocate for, and everybody around here thinks is hip hop. It's not. I mean, I love all music. I love arts. The arts inspire me, period. So from visual artists, actors, I work with all kind of artists and spoken word. The last thing I actually came into was hip hop. But the issue is I'm about conscious art. I'm about art that makes a change. And so a lot of spoken word artists, a lot of them are straight out of they're born in hip hop. Hip hop is actually a culture, not an art form. I don't look at hip hop as an art form. Rapping is a style, but that still came about. I can tell you Jocko Henderson here in Philly on WDAS back in the day. And, people way back rap. Rapping is not even a hip hop. What is hip hop is a culture. And so the culture of hip hop has impacted several generations, people all over the world. The problem was, and this is where a lot of spoken word artists get scared of commercialization, because they were part of this hip hop movement that was so conscious that brought the conscious movement out in the forefront. You had, niggas, NWA, and all these conscious things that had came back into the music like it was back in the 60s was coming back. Then it got commercialized and everything changed. So that's where they see the fear of it. And some of it, commercialization, was practicality. I was listening to, watching a Chuck D doing, he was just being interviewed on YouTube. And basically what he said, commercially, it was a lot easier to give a record deal to a single person as opposed to groups. When hip-hop first started, they were all group mentality, community mentality. That was the whole thought pattern. But when the music became so popular and then they wanted to give it record deals, well, it was much easier to deal with one person than to deal with the group, because the group got so many thought patterns, and this is where a big breakdown came. And so it went from the group thought, community thought, to individual thought. And then the whole thing about, with all of our music over time, they've always seek to not just capitalize from it, but to abuse it. So now we that came to commercialization part. The problem with us as a community, and this is not just in hip-hop and music, but understand that 60% of the world music comes from African Americans. Not from Africa, but African Americans dominate popular culture worldwide. So how we behave and how we act does not only impact us in our community, it impacts the whole world. So now you got generations growing up on people behaving badly. All the content and purpose and all the things that drive me to listen to the hip hop I listen to is totally taken out of commercial hip hop. Now, what happens mainstream, that's not what I listen to at all. And artists, I know them as young as 10 and as old as 50 plus, are still making the same kind of conscious music. It is just not being perpetrated in mainstream. So I've given up trying to convert mainstream because I figure it's futile. And it's not in mainstream's best interest. Their interests are not our interests. So the need to try to convert mainstream is just a waste of time and energy for us. And this is from hip hop to education and our whole school system. And now let's take all this back to technology. Technology where it is today allows us, if we leverage again the tools, when it comes to education, we can teach our own. We can get a valid education online. If you want to do groups of schools, well, you know what, she's really good here. Like my sister-in-law is excellent with arts and crafts. Anything arts and craftsy, Stephanie's so good. And in our family, Stephanie always got the kids doing something. Well, why not take that person in the neighborhood, let them handle the arts and crafts. The person that's good with math, let them handle the math and sciences. And you do small collectives. And we need to start again becoming creative thinkers, and that's what is so great about the arts. The arts inspire creativity and innovation, so we can't separate it out. A lot of times people say, well, teach them how to code and teach them how to do this instead of letting them look at music start. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not the issue. The issue isn't the music. The issue is the industry. The issue is our thinking. There is not one savior. Technology is not going to save us. Arts, music is not going to save us. Sports is not going to save us. Us teaching and knowing how to think and think creatively and solution oriented will allow us to be, and being producers over consumers will allow us to always excel in any season. Things could change, and they could be things happening today, things that never happened when I was young. So there may be solutions I couldn't offer specific based off of things that happened. I didn't have this kind of technology. My mom never saw this kind of technology before. So she may not can say, well, you should do this because of technology, but that doesn't mean we can't take wisdom about problem solving and how to work through things. That same type of wisdom can't be used. So getting back to technology and hip hop and music and conscious art, why not use the technology to create our own distribution systems? Because that's the issue of access. Because I know the art and things I may see, even someone, I'm not sure, Cynthia May, and I know you, Cairo, because you in industry, you used to independent artists. But there are a lot of people who just aren't. And they're on higher income levels than we may be, but they just only experience 90% plus of our community experience their music, their art, and their news from mainstream. So if that's all you're getting, that is what's shaping our children. That's what's shaping adults. That's what's shaping all of these generations of babies having babies. They are being shaped by what mainstream puts out there. And so our goal and our need to be as a community, let's give access to this quality music, to this diversity. Let's give access to music and art and news that shows our humanity, so we don't think of ourselves as animals because we're not consistently being represented as animals. Let's find other things that shape them, and let's use the technology. Y'all in this picture taken. Yes, use the technology to create these distribution systems. And I'm going to share with you guys on this platform. This is what we're working with in the art and tech, and why I asked about Pioneer. We're courting Pioneer as a sponsor. They had some fabulous things that they're doing with smartphones and, iPhone, smartphone technology, ways that you can listen to replace the idea of the CD. So the smartphone itself holds the music. They have relationships with Pandora, iHeart, all of these different places. And so instead of you storing your music on a CD, you now get to store it on the iPhone. Again, we're talking about music and technology. Now, if we took this relationship with them, and what we're proposing is to build cloud and ground listening booths. So now we have these listening booths where we're distributing, and in the listening booths where people can vote on it, whether they like it, how much they like it, whatnot. We have them in the cloud that's attached to our app. And then we have it on the ground in brick and mortars. And we're starting a network of salons and beauty shops. So we're going through our salons and beauty shops, and those who are willing to house a ground listening booth, to put a listening booth in their facility. Now we have that relationship. So people can go in, whether they're on the ground, through their phones, whatever, listen to and rate conscious music. And then we're relation one. I mean, and this is just one little aspect of it, but the opportunities are expansive. So, like, not less little, don't be swayed by sagging pants, because I can bring you a bunch of hip hoppers, young people that don't sag their pants. That is not our whole story. And then also, let's not confine ourselves. We are much more, we're multifaceted, we're humans, we have all kind of experience. We have great hue, but in our hue is so much diversity in our experiences. All we have to bring to the table, but what we do need to understand is 90+% of our people are being indoctrinated through mainstream media. So we have to give them access to choices. And we can use technology, and if we just come together and not be artist focused, but be on system focused. Again, this is what Willie was talking about. And that's why sometimes when I go to do these events, people, I got an artist, but it's not necessarily about the artist. I'm talking about, let's develop a system, because I got tons of music to flow through, tons of artists. I work with them every day. It's not the quantity of art available, but we need a way that Hezekiah, who's produced for every hip-hop person around for the past 15 years, 20 years, including the Roots and all, that Hezekiah should not be unknown to Cairo and to Cynthia, because he's your age and all, and he should not be unknown to you guys, because he's produced for a lot of the mainstream people you've heard. But because he stayed conscious, he wasn't picked up. He didn't break big mainstream. Now that he's independent, he's becoming more well-known. And, of course, overseas. Like all of our music does better overseas. Cairo! She left us. And so I guess she'll be back.
All
but
right,
that was it.
Thanks a lot now. Thanks for having me.
Are you leaving, Steve?
Yeah, I got to roll. 4th of July, I gotta hit up some barbecues.
I gotta get some food in your belly.
Cousin, what's up? What's up, cuz? You know what I'm saying? So, you know how it is. So yeah, I'll. Hey, thanks a lot, y'all. Great discussion.
All right.
Take it easy now.
Okay. Hey, Karen, now it's you. You gotta unmute yourself, Karen. You have to unmute yourself.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
I agree with you with the arts being a different way to leverage. And when I say the arts, I mean just having that space in schools doesn't give a kids' minds a chance to relax and grow. Mm-hmm. Sometimes when you're playing or just relaxing, your best ideas come to mind, and if you teach them to play with different sciences, which is why arts and sciences go together, then it sparks the creativity to fill a void and a need that they see somewhere else in life. I mean, those things still happen in bigger communities where Caucasians and other peoples go to school, but not so much where our peoples go to school, unless, of course, your parent is financially able to pay for you to go somewhere else. I mean, my kids went to private schools because I was fortunate at that point in my life to send them there. And, I watched in 3rd grade where my son made his own telephone network.
Mm-hmm.
He hooked together phones, the clear phones that used to light up. And he asked 3 or 4 of the techs that worked for me at the time to come to the house to help them. And it was a Sunday. And my husband goes, your team is out in the front yard. And I was like, why? And he goes, I don't know. I thought you would know. So I went out there and said, hey, guys, it's great being your boss because, very rare that a woman had a team of techs. But you don't have to come to my house on Sundays. And they're like, we're not here for you. Your son called us on Friday. So my little boy had finagled all of my work together when I brought him to work with me that Friday.
Oh, wow.
And, the guys were out in my garage, and they put together a telephone network. So if my son's idea was if he picked up one phone, he could make the other ones ring. And then he had used some technology from our home computer where he could place calls from the computer and make all of the phones ring, and the rings would do different things, turn different colors, because that's how those phones would turn different colors. But, the fact that he was able to be relaxed in a calm environment around this type of stuff and ask questions like, what does this do and what does that do? It sparked that creativity for him,
And they have a natural imagination, and we need to do things that the imagination is there. We all have it. That's our humanness. We have great imagination. So, and art really feeds it from music. I mean, if it's classical music, some of it is good for energy to move around. Some of it is better for relaxing. Some is better for thinking. When my grandson, I had to raise him. Just excuse my dog, but I had to raise my grandson, and because I had to raise him, he was kind of colicky when he was little. He used to cry a lot as a baby. So he seemed to always wake up around 12 midnight, and I would go downstairs, and on the TV it was this jazz show. So I would put him in the swing right in front of the TV because, we half sleepy. We take turns, me and my husband. So we got this habit. We put him in front of the swing, in front of the jazz show, and just swing him. And that's around the time that Mo Better Blues had came out. And I had some Miles Coltrane. I had the theme from More Better Blues, all these things on the tape. So I would just put them. They seem to really like music. I made them all up their own song. I used to use songs to help teach them and stuff, but they had their own night song. And so when I got tired of singing a night song, I would take this tape of jazz, put the earphones on with a Walkman at that time, and let them listen, and it lulled them right to sleep. Art is part of our lives, and, we're all intertwined. Like I said, technology. If we say we didn't use technology, I could have said I didn't, but I did. I used the technology between the television, the Walkman. I did, these things are incorporated in our lives. And if I think we share that with people, one, they won't feel so afraid, and then we have to stop being at such extremes. Because what happens is when you take people to an extreme, you got people, hip-hoppers, even with their sagging pants, which I hate. But sometimes it's, you can get, what did they say? It's better to get something with honey than with...
You can kill more flies with honey than you can with milk.
That kind of thing, far as sometimes to speak to people in a tone and not to automatically put them down on what they do makes it easier to talk them into something else. So, necessarily, like these hip-hop, but these are still very creative people if you sit and listen to them. But when we say, instead of, listen to rappers and hip-hoppers, instead of listening to music and trying to be some sports star and this and that, you need to learn code. What we've done sometimes, you put a wall up and you put a negative attachment to the code. We don't want to do that because some of those, and depending on who they listen to, everybody, all of them don't listen to mainstream artists, but some of them may be speaking their story and relating to them. So if you liken it to, like when I first read my first book, black book called Soul Sisters, I used to be a Heidi fiend before then, always an avid reader, but I I went to the library and found this book called Soul Sister at age 11, and I read it 4 times before I returned it, just to keep reading it over and over, because the first time I ever read a book about a girl my age who was black and went through actual things that I actually went through. You know, before I was Encyclopedia Brown, Heidi, and you know, they were fun, but their lives was nothing like mine. So, you know, what the music may or may not do for people, we don't know. So instead we had to kind of get out the habit of putting things down. And then, you know, when we say things, and I really don't like people detaching the technology, or you know, use of technology to like as against the music or against sports. My youngest stepson, he was in the family, was not functional. We didn't realize it because my husband had been separated from his mom for so long. You know, they dealt with the children, but he didn't really know what was going on with their family. Everything seemed okay. And then he came to live with us. We found out that they didn't have a home. All these different things was going on. But it was the sports community. He played, ever since he was little, he played Little League. He played football since 8. But it was those coaches and all that kept him going, kept him on track. He got a scholarship to UNC. He went pro with the Falcons. Now, while he was in school, because of course they didn't want those sports guys having no real major, kept trying. I'm like, why don't you go into this? But his cousin had went pro, and all his money got taken from this investor. I said, well, at least don't be like Link. At least if they won't let you do the major, take some courses in finances. So if you go pro, you understand how to manage your finances. Well, he did that. Mm-hmm.
Karen said she loved what Jacqueline said about thinking creatively and the arts being pushed from out of schools. It's been a big pitfall in our progression. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. And correction of what I said. Cynthia said, catch more bees with honey than vinegar. Okay. Right. Thank you.
Karen?
Yes, I'm here.
You were saying something?
Oh, I was saying that we covered that already.
Yeah. She told a great story about her son, her innovative son. He took her team, and he convinced them to help him build a phone network. And she was wondering why they were at her house. They said, "We're not here for you. We're here for your son."
You know what's funny? I came back in on the end part of that, and I always tell the story about when I used to work at Nokia, and they had a huge meeting, and I walked into a board meeting. It wasn't even a board meeting. It was like a bunch of all these directors, and they were having a meeting about design. And I just happened to go. Somebody said, "Well, my real name. What do you think about what do you think about the phone design that we had?" I just was like, well, first of all, I said in the United States, I said you have to go after a cute phone. I said the attractability of the phone, I think, would have a better selling point for you if it was something that was a more attractive design. And so I said, if it was me, and ironically, as you said that, I said I would have a clear phone where the inside of the phone lights up in neon lights. They actually had that in the prototype in R&D here at the Georgia Tech facility. So, I mean, that he was not that far off. When I heard you say that, I was like, wow. So, you know, that a kid even thought that was a good idea. So, you know, that probably would have been a hit for Nokia, and they probably wouldn't have been absorbed by Microsoft. Okay, but and then Jacqueline, what you were saying, ironically, just in the last 2 weeks, I met a gentleman who said he said, and I say he said because I'm not sure, said he was Snoop Dogg's manager, right? Mm-hmm. And he's heavy in the tech space, and kind of like when, I don't know if you saw Bloomberg TV the last 2 weeks, Kanye West got on and was talking about tech in the tech space and about he was telling me about how these rappers have been bought as identities for the tech community. But he was basically, you know, he used to be a drug dealer, and we had a long conversation because he came out at me, you know, defensive, because he was like, you know, people don't ever listen to me. And I said, okay, I said, here's what I understand. I said, you can take somebody who used to flip doves on the street and turn them into a businessman, because honest to God, it's nothing different from what you're doing on the street to what they're doing in the corporate office. I've been in the corporate office, and I'm pretty sure I'm well aware of what you're doing on the street. So to be able to take that idea now, and he has now created a whole business platform for himself. I won't say what he does, but I'll say he's in Silicon Valley. He's in Silicon Valley strong, as a matter of fact, with some very high-level connections, and has, I mean, very well gifted in information. He's connected to people who do holographic imaging, and he's still hood. He is still hood, kid you not. Which is why the BET thing comes up for me, because he was asking me to help him fill a panel at BET for something that BET gave him to do. And so I thought it was really interesting, because I had a long discussion with him, and based off of what you just said about, you know, not pushing out the whole hip-hop community for technology and giving that negative connotation in their mindset, you're absolutely right, because he is very, I mean, highly intelligent. And, you know, listening to him initially, he's a dove smoking, whatever smoking dude, but I mean, highly intelligent and very well connected. And it was funny because he was saying that, you know, certain people didn't have the connections that he had. And I said, well, you know what? Ironically, if you look at the business industry, when we bring people from Japan, where do they do business at? In strip clubs. We don't do traditional business the way that they used to do business. So, you know, where these people, and he literally named people who might be smoking certain things at certain individual meetings. And I thought to myself, I said, because you are a person who they can be relaxed with, but you are also well versed enough about technology to where they don't care about where the environment is, because a lot of people party and do business, you know, from what degree, I'm not sure, but, you know, but to be able to say that, you know, there's a place for that, you know, even in the tech space, there's a place for that. You know, those people who want to party like that, but are still making a ton of money doing tech companies and building tech companies. And this is in Silicon Valley. So, you know, and he's a brother.
I'll say this, you know, in the 70s, 80s, and the early 90s, people thought of folks who were in the tech industry or who were educated enough to be in the tech industry as boring, pocket protectors, things like that nature. But tech is different. Being a geek is sexy. Being a blurred, which is a black nerd, is sexy.
Blurred!
Oh, yeah, that was Dawn Gibson, who was on Social TV Chat. She does blurred chat on Thursday nights. And blurredness is big. I mean, they have this huge following. There are shirts that said, keep calm, I'm a blurred, I'm a black nerd, I'm proud to be a black nerd, a blurred. People are accepting the fact that they're smart now. They're not hiding it. I remember when my son and his friends were in school, it would be so funny because they all, you know, going to school, they were either the polo shirts with the school's logo on it or button-down shirts with a tie. Now, my son has always worn a button-down shirt with a tie because his dad wore a button-down shirt with a tie when he went to the TV station or the radio station. So that's who he wanted to be. My father was part of Highway Patrol, worked out at the Bay Bridge for years, and, you know, they look like police officers. They have on a button-down shirt and a tie and you know, the whole police officer garb. So that's what he saw. That's what he imitated. But as he went to go visit other family members who lived in, you know, economically challenged neighborhoods and things of that nature, he assimilated. And his friends did as well. They tried to wear their clothes baggy and saggy until they got their butts whooped and went back to wearing and dressing the way that they normally do. But even now, my son has a degree in computer technology and engineering, but when he goes home to Richmond and visit loved ones in North Richmond, he will never look the way he looks when he goes to work. They have to try to fit in. So we need to change the perception that it's cool to be a geek, it's cool to be sexy, it's sexy to be a blurred and a nerd. And
well, I'm working with several different. One of our members, we did the show on a digital drummer. There is a couple, Al and Jada Nazan, and they have their website is Glamorous Geeks, and they got "Smart is the new sexy." That's their slogan. And then I started working on another project with someone, and we registered the term "closet geek." And from that, we
Oh,
got
I
so
love that
many
one.
different, yeah, and endless pie. I'm a pie. I'm an undercover pie lover. It's endless, and just all kind of sayings around that. Instead of since 19 something, it's since 01011. Code language. It's just we're developing a whole line and all around that, and those things are popular, and it actually is becoming more in. It is becoming more in. But again, for us, I feel for us in our community, it's actually necessary to not just assume, because this is where I think people on all different levels and economic levels, we think our world is the world.
Right.
People that have it, have money, succeeded. They say, well, those other people need to just pull themselves up by their
Mhm.
bootstraps. But they don't feel like, even if they did, they don't understand when you just happen to have access to certain information and knowledge, and it doesn't even have to be money. You may just had been around people and happen to be around and get that information. But when you step into an environment where those people don't come across information like that, you it's eye opening. It was eye opening for me because I told you I had to raise my grandson. Well, my stepdaughter actually had 3 children. She wound up being killed on drugs, but the father to her other 2 children, that family was so different than what we were used to. And even though she was from the suburbs. Even I think at one time they had lived in the projects, but the projects out in the suburbs are nothing compared to projects in the inner cities. And but she went to Catholic school, so she just had a different knowledge base. People reading, it was kind of common. And somebody pregnant in the family, people would talk to the bellies. And like I told you, my sister-in-law always did, arts and crafts, and we weren't rich at all, but this was normal life. Like I said, I grew up around books. My mom always had library shelves full of books. If I didn't go to a library, I could read. I always had books to read. That was life from since I was growing up. People I knew, that was life for us. But when I had to go down to visit once they got custody back of my granddaughter, because I had her for a while, but when the parents got custody back, and then I had to go down there into the projects down there to visit them. Those people had a whole different mentality. It was after school time, but there was no place. I couldn't see where nobody could do their homework. I saw not one book. I didn't see one shelf of books. I just, it was a bunch of kids around, but I just didn't see anything. Nobody, no play area, no place where things where kids would do. Came down there, the music that was blasting is, the worst in hip hop. That's blasting on the radio. I even got in the car one time. I told them, look, my mom cool and all, but I ain't gonna be called a bitch for so many times. Y'all gotta take that off.
Oh wow.
Biggie. But Biggie doing this, I was like, look, I can't sit up here and be called a bitch so many times. Mama, you crazy, okay, but they turn it off. When they around me, they hear all kind of different music from spoken word, all of this, but the message is always different. I don't put down what they do, but I also state my limits. I'm not going to sit up someplace and be called a bitch. And that's just to say to my granddaughter, you don't put yourself in that situation. But these are just realities because we think of our world as our world. Everybody don't have the same reality. So we have to be strategic. If your true goal is to uplift and not to put down, you have to, go back to science. You have to take your givens. What is the situation, and how do you create a solution around the given situation? We don't all have access to the same information. So how do we create access to information and images and conditions that would change their thinking? So no matter what situation they're in, they can create a better solution.
Am I on? Oh, I'm on. Okay. I was like, am I on mute? Yeah. I mean, and I think I'm gonna keep saying this. You know, technology is a space where technology solves problems. It's solution based. So I think where we are in this place, we are limitless, and the possibilities are endless. And I think it is incumbent upon us that are the knowing to kind of implement, information and to seed information and to watch maybe somebody else come along and water it and then allow it to grow. And I mean, it just we're in a great place in time right now, and especially for the music community, because the industry had been revolutionized already. Back when I used to, and I tell the story, used to bootleg with Napster. Used to bootleg with Napster. What you say? Roland Martin is on TV1 on Monday through Friday.
No, I just remember you talked about news earlier. Can we have
That's good.
news, please? So I wanted you to know there's a morning news show every day, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific, on TV1. Roland Martin does the news.
Yay, yay, yay. Okay, so we got to support Roland Martin on the news, so we'll make sure that he still stays on the air. Yeah, because I watch Bloomberg TV every day, so I'll be sure to turn that on. Definitely. And I like Roland Martin. He gives good perspectives. He's not like he's a good middle ground, I'll put it like that. But he's still entertaining.
Oh, he's very.
I'm seeing all these pictures coming in from Andrew from the hackathon, and I guess I don't know if he's at Yes We Code. I don't know where he is. Let's see. But I know Andrew sent me a message. His Wi-Fi is not working. Their Wi-Fi is not working at all. I'm trying to figure out how they're coding and with no Wi-Fi.
Well, you can code without Wi-Fi, right?
Yeah, you can code without Wi-Fi, but how are they going to take it live?
Well, they may not be taking it live, but they can code and test their code without the Wi-Fi. So
that's true. Okay, well, I don't know. I know Innov8tiv was going to join us from Innov8tiv Magazine. I'm not sure if she's joining anymore. I know she also has a house party going on for the 4th of July. But yeah, we have been rolling for over 3 hours now. And so, I mean, I could keep going. There's so much to talk about. We could talk for hours and hours. But I know that he's not going to be able to get on, I guess. And so if he's not, I'm not sure if anybody else will be able to get on. But this was actually a fantastic dialogue. And I think if more people watch it, I'm going to encourage all of us now to do a tweet. And in fact, why don't we do a tweet chat? Can we do a tweet chat, Karen?
Sure. But I think since right now we're on, you can chat via Google Hangouts as well. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to turn this off, what I clicked on.
No.
They kind of are the same thing. It's just that you can see and actually hear voices.
Mute yourself out. Somebody mute themselves out.
That's her screen. She was having a video playing.
I can't even figure out which screen is on to mute it. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna mute myself.
Fine. I know exactly how you feel. I know I have 30 screens open, and then something will happen, and I don't know where to turn things off at. So I understand that entirely. Like, where did I put it at?
I'm gonna mute real quick.
It opened up in a new window. When you click a link, it opens up in a new window. So go back to your regular window, because the Google Hangout is in another window. It's in a separate window. I figured that out. But I just shared that with you, Karen. I apologize. That's just one of my deaf poets. But we were talking about economics and slinging rock and, the drug dealer being an epitome of the entrepreneurial spirit. This is all part of a poem that Tommy did. Getting him to write one for the Urban Tech Fair as well on technology. But Tommy did this back in 2004, I think, for deaf poetry. And I saw people and Washington Post, Freakonomics. The white folks sit up there and try to decipher the vernacular. But they said they learned, the one guy said, I went to 4 years worth of college and I've learned everything I did in that 4 years in this 3.5 minute poem. So I just was sharing that to y'all as a side. You know.
Well, thank you. I will watch it later. I have a bad habit of clicking on things, and I have 50 billion screens open. My oldest son, my geek, he's always like, Mom, this is the reason why you burn out computers, because you keep open 30 tabs at a time. So.
Yeah, that's what Kevin told us on our Solution Cast computer problem. He said, first of all, everybody be using up all the resources. You be having so many tabs open. I'm like, okay.
Right.
Now, okay, here's a learning lesson. So, while we have tabs open, is that using up more of your brand? It is using up more broadband space?
Yeah, when you're doing your live streaming for your best performance, you want to close as many other tabs as possible.
Yes.
Because Verizon came on and told me I had too many resources open, and it wasn't just that, because I was working in, I was trying to bring down some trials on Creative Cloud. I had Photoshop open, and I was doing another desktop publishing thing I had open. So I had to go back. I closed all of them because they were probably using up a lot of resources, and I closed my other tabs. But that was in Kevin's actually editing that video, so when he done, that was real informative. Him and Sean Hupel from Urban Tech Fair, who's also like an IT desktop person. They gave us a lot of information on even the computers we used. He was saying a lot of us are getting home systems and we're trying to do business. We need to make sure that first of all we have a business class computer.
Right, that's true. I'm doing way too much right now on my little Google Chromebook because I'm waiting for my son to finish rebuilding my other 3 laptops that I burnt out. Which is why I had to hear the lecture about, Mother, you need to close so many of these windows.
And I know I have at least 30 open. I have about 3 major tabs open. I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, I might have more than that. Okay, I got 20 open on this one.
I have 11 and 7, and then another one with 4s. Okay, back to your inquiry.
That might be why.
Because I start a lot of stuff and it takes me a long time to finish it.
Yeah, so come back. Yeah, because you're probably like me, where there's so many things that you want to do all at once, so you just hold it all open until you get to all of it.
Because my brain is like running, and then the rest of me is like casually walking. So the rest of me has to catch up with my brain. It's like we go to the party at the same time.
I would like to duplicate myself a few times. That would be another reason why I need to build a robot. But
hey, I'm really excited.
I want to share something that you guys had that you said, Karen, and Cynthia just made a statement how you burn out so many computers a year. Now, I have started doing that. I'm probably about on my third. I've probably now burnt out either 2 or maybe 3 computers in my lifetime. But I was never used to that. I mean, I started with mainframe systems, working with the government back in the 80s. We had the first computer programming class in my high school. I went to Philadelphia High School for girls. We had 3 computers in the whole school. And we had to run our programs on those 3 computers. That was a while. But when I had a computer forever, my computer that I purchased for my job, I forget what the hardware was, but I worked for Mental Health Police, but they were actually a nonprofit, and they got together all the mental health systems in southeastern Pennsylvania because everybody was so separate, and they formed a unit so everyone would know what the other one was doing to make the mental health system more effective, and they built their own software, management software, and they were super geeky and techy, so we were all pretty cool, and then IT made me be the go-to person for software issues. I'm like, they said, oh, software, Jackie answer for you, but we were all there. I bought a system, and it lasted until I could not update it anymore. But after that, I think once I'm gonna be right after Windows 98, probably when we came to XP. I don't know if it was Windows 90. I can't remember which one, but once that started, that's where I started seeing the crash of computers. But I was never used to, through the late 90s, I never had an issue. Through the 90s, I never had issues with computers crashing. So I'm surprised.
I don't think that's by mistake. That actually I think is a segment in my book. I don't remember. I have to go back and look, but I know that there is a that's a bad thing. But when I know that technology is made dirt cheap, and then a lot of times what they'll do is they'll create what I would call it an anti-fail safe, where we have a lot of technology that is guaranteed to break so that you go back and purchase it again. So like your cell phones, like cell phones used to be able to do anything with a cell phone. I actually used to have a Nokia phone that I can give personal testimony to. I was in a line at this Sweet Tomatoes place, and I used to keep it on a latch like the lanyards. And I used to keep it on my shoulder like a purse because I used to use it so much. I just picked it up and I swing it around my head. So I was in the line at the soup section, and my phone dropped in a pot of soup. And I still to this day don't know how long it was in there, but it was cooking in some like potato soup. And I pulled it out, I washed it off, and I still use that phone for 2 months. I was like, I told people, I went on the Nokia website, and I was like, this has got to be the best phone company in the world. I mean, literally, the sturdiest phone. But now, you have phones that are literally, you drop it one time, they don't work anymore. So, Samsung is great, but I don't know about Apple since they have that glass screen. What'd you say?
As the technology develops and they make it to be a smaller phone and things of that nature, they use different things. So now there's something so fragile in your phone, it's like a little bubble, and it's maybe not even an eighth of an inch big. But if that bubble cracks, your whole phone is screwed. So, I mean, with advancement of technology, there are some things that become disposable. And even though they're disposable, they are so costly to replace. It's ridiculous. I mean, totally ridiculous.
Yeah, I noticed I had an old laptop, the one that I loved. It was a HP G60. And it was huge because it was like a 17-inch screen, and I could see everything on it. I like big screens. I don't want anything else to get any smaller, even though I know that's the whole platform for mobility. I need to see. So I was like, I used to watch, and of course I watch a lot of stuff online. So my battery was the lithium batteries are absolutely awful in laptops, and that's why they had to start putting fans inside a laptop because they get so hot. You're talking about lithium is actually getting hot inside of this electronic device. And so I used to be able to literally put my laptop on my lap and it would burn my lap and leave marks. So I stopped having to do that. And of course, that's why they create those little pads that you put your laptops on now, because that battery is so hot, it can literally burn you. And I think about kids whenever they have that problem. But, to look and know that laptop actually fried so bad. I had a external drive that was plugged into it. The motherboard fried, and I remember hearing the sizzle go through the cord to the external drive. And I didn't even know the external drive had fried because I didn't have a laptop for like 2 weeks. And so when I went to plug it back into the new laptop, it wouldn't work. And so I had to have somebody that went and disarmed the entire X drive. And that's the external drive, the box that people plug into a laptop. For anybody that's watching and may not know. But to literally take the X drive and then stick it into another laptop only to find out I can't even get to my other information because now it's encrypted because it was fried. So, and had 2 different techies go through it to try to open it and crack it. So lost a lot of memories there. I had great photos. That was awful.
That's when you need to have a friend who knows forensic computer sciences and can.
Ooh. Okay. # forensic computer science. Somebody go and put your kids in college for that one. That sounds like a big money maker.
It does. I thought that's what my son was going to go into, and then he decided he wanted to do something else. So now he's just at the IT. He is in charge of the Naval Academy's IT
That's
department.
huge. Wow.
That is huge. But I thought we were going to go into forensics and,
A little disappointed in you, son. You only got to the Naval Academy. That's funny.
Like me. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, well, he has a more important job. He's a single dad now, so that's why he didn't go back for his master's to do forensics.
He can always do better.
Maybe when my grandson starts school, my son will go back to school and do.
She's funny. I like you. So.
Hey, my Gigi says that when you become complacent, you stop learning, you stop growing, and then you die. Gigi has been trapped inside of herself with Alzheimer's for the last 4 years, but prior to that, at 87, she had just went back and gotten her second master's. So, hey.
Wow.
The next generation has to do better, so I'm trying to figure out when I'm going to squeeze in writing a book, getting 2 more masters. Yeah, I just don't know because I'm already 47, so I don't know when I'm going to squeeze all that in, but...
You're a teenager.
I know. Apparently, I've got one grandma that's 98 and one that's 90, so yeah, apparently I'm going to be here a while, so I got to take a break and then ramp up and go back to school.
I mean, for forensic computer science, that's got to be a great college degree. I wonder what schools are offering forensic computer science?
John Hopkins, trying to think, St. John's, a lot of schools up in the New York area, UCLA, Cal.
UCLA, I'm typing this. Caltech.
Cal Berkeley, and I'm sure Caltech as well. Yeah. And then here in Georgia, they have some, a lot of tech things happening. So.
I wonder, does Georgia Tech have that?
They should. Georgia Tech here in Atlanta right now, the tech industry is phenomenal.
Oh, isn't it awesome? It's growing so much.
It's growing in leaps and bounds, and if anyone knew my history, where I come from, I was born and raised in the Bay Area. So Silicon Valley, all the places south of Market that have the tech startups, those are in my backyard. But when I decided that I was going to go into social tech after leaving the phone company, I wanted to know where could a woman of color get inside, and a woman of color in my age group. Because when I decided, I was like, well, what am I going to do? I talked to my mentor, who was a VP, and she's Afro Latin at AT&T, and she was like, mobile technology and this whole social space. We didn't know what it was yet because it was only 2008. She said, mobile technology in the social space is where you need to be.
Wow.
She's never been wrong. She was the president of AT&T West. And then my other mentor was president of Diversified Market Groups of AT&T West. So between those two ladies, I knew that they weren't wrong and that I needed to go into social and tech and mobile. But in the Bay Area, and when technology field and technology industry is very racist and biased and ageist. I interviewed at some of the biggest startups around there for some of the top paying jobs, and it wasn't because of lack of skill sets, because you could see who they hired behind me did not have the same qualifications that I did, but they were my son's age. So they could go back and get those qualifications. They fit in much better in the environment than they thought a woman quickly approaching 50 would fit in. So knowing all that, I looked at the biggest hot spots for tech and where they were growing. And I came to so many conferences in Austin and in Atlanta, and I decided that since Atlanta was Chocolate City.
Is
And
it ever?
they had Startup Chicks was here. Jennifer Bonnet's organization. They help women get tech businesses off the ground. There's Atlanta Tech Village. I knew I wanted to go back to school and get an MBA in mobile development. Georgia Tech is here, so I decided to come here. I would tell any entrepreneur of color, whether you're Black, Indian, Filipino, Latino, that if you find doors being shut in your face in the Bay Area, give Atlanta a try. I would tell anyone that. My circle, because I am from the Bay Area, is not one where I'm always comfortable around African American people. I don't feel like I'm able to show my more techier, geekier side around mainstream. So my friends are every color, every shade of brown that you can think of. Most of my friends are Filipinos, African American women, Latino women, Indian women. And the women that I have met in the social tech space of those races have gone through the same thing that I've gone through when out in the Bay Area, and they've relocated here. I just think that Atlanta is such a good spot for women of color to come and develop their tech products and make them soar. And there are just so many opportunities here for women of color, whether you're Black, Filipino, Latin, Indian.
Yeah, I think we have like more. Yes, men. We have more single women in Atlanta per square mile than anywhere else in the whole entire country. So yes, I think.
Well, it is definitely a bring your own colored man with you kind of neighborhood.
Bring your husband. Bring your own husband. This is a BYOB. Bring your own. No, I won't say boy. Bring your own husband.
Bring your own Black man with you.
Bring your own Black man. I like that.
It is that kind of thing. But hey, I lived in Sacramento, California, which was bring your own Black man as well, because if there was a Black man in Sacramento, he wasn't with a woman who looked like me. So you had to bring your own with you when you came.
I'm from Colorado, so I already told y'all 2%.
Yeah, that's
everybody's mulatto.
I want to say something here, though, a little bit more on the serious side, because when the young man was talking earlier about incubators and investors and so forth, I wanted to chime in and share my experience as a Black female interacting with incubators in my area, which most of them are, I would say the people who are either behind them or involved with them are from the Middle East. There's definitely some cultural and gender issues that have to be overcome. So where a Black man can walk into that incubator and share what he's doing and get involved, for me, it was not the most pleasant experience that I've had. And, you know, I mean, that doesn't say a lot, because I'm a grandmother, so obviously I've had a lot of unpleasant experiences along the way. But, you know, that's something that I think we could probably dialogue about in another hangout. You know, Black women in tech's experience versus the Black men. Because I'm looking at this young man, and he's talking about how he's just walking right in, and boom, 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 all these people are gravitating to him, and I'm like, well, that hasn't been my experience. And even when I have had success, I was actually hired by someone in the incubator that I was involved with, but the scrutiny of my work was unreasonable, and these people were developing an app, and they only knew, they were engineers, so you had to take that into account. But that culture thing is pretty interesting, and we need to be aware of that and kind of talk about that, because oftentimes we look at it as a black-white cultural exchange. But it's really, like Karen was saying, it's really more of a diverse cultural exchange. And with some of those cultures, women's place is definitely not, talking tech, to say the least.
Absolutely. And ironically that you say that, that's kind of where I was going earlier when I was talking about my experience. I didn't get to it, but even just this week, I had a situation with the gentleman who, and this was I literally moved me to tears because I have this happen often, where I'll have men who want to entertain my conversation for business investment. And they'll be investors, or they may not be, but they'll entertain the conversation. But at the end of the conversation, it's not about trying to help me get money. It's either A, they want to try to sleep with me, or B, they were trying to get a date with me, or C, they just wanted to sit in my face. And I got so upset. I think I blasted it out on Facebook. I didn't say his name or anything, but I was just like, I'm so tired of being objectified as a piece of meat, and to know that I have all this going on up here, and not to be able to take what it is that I have and bring it to the masses, because every time I sit at a table with somebody, I have that experience, and I have had that experience over 10 times now. I'm not getting choked up, but but I've had that experience so many times that it has become frustrating with African American men, with Indian men, with Caucasian men, and it's been. I would love to find female investors just to not have to go through that. And I really would. Just really find a woman who is really wanting to put seed capital into a company and willing to do that, because you have a lot of people who are, we have a lot of vultures out here, and I think I have a vulture magnet, so I understand where you come from when you say that you want, it's not it's a cultural thing. I have a sexual thing where, it's a male woman issue that I'm experiencing, and it's been multinational, so it didn't matter who or whom, it's just been that way. And I could call company names that I've sat with, and it's been, so let's go talk over dinner, and we go talk over dinner, and they're grabbing my knee, and I'm like, that's not why I came here. And then, of course, when you don't play the game, of course, they're not going to give you anything. They don't even answer your phone calls anymore. So, and I say that because that's probably something that needs to be said on camera to people. And I hear a lot of men who will come back and go, well, why didn't you just do it? I even had a lady on my Facebook page. A lot of people get hooked up that way with other people. I'm like, I'm not here to sell myself as a prostitute, because a prostitute sells their body for money. And I'm not doing that, and this may be the long way, because if that was the case, I'd be rich by now. I would have had millions of dollars. And for me to know, like I said, I have all this up here, and just to be minimized from my neck down it's treacherous. So,
but I think that's an age-old discussion. Not to minimize your experiences, but that's a little different discussion from what I'm talking about in terms of understanding the cultures and the cultural nuances that we often don't know because we're not exposed to other cultures. And I'll give you an example. When I hosted Japanese exchange students years ago, I learned that in Japan, it is customary to make noises while you eat. Now, of course, here in America, if you make noises, you're getting looked at all sideways and backways, and you might be asked to excuse yourself from the table. But in Japan, if you sit there and don't make, I'm talking about slurping noises, and when they eat their noodles, slurping them up instead of quietly putting the noodles in their mouth. If you sit there quietly, that's an insult to the cook. and it suggests that you're not enjoying your meal.
Hmm.
So when it comes to doing business with people from other cultures, particularly the Middle East, where you look at isolated areas like Saudi Arabia, I think women don't even drive over there. So now you got this, really
Wow.
fast hot chick driving up, getting out, coming into this meeting, ready to talk tech and shaking hands, getting too close. Those subtle nuances can make someone from another country very uncomfortable. And
Mm.
when we don't know what they are, we just violate that space, unknowing. So, I think it would behoove us to learn a little bit more about those cultures. And I appreciate what Karen said in, making a female tech circle that includes women from all cultures. Although I find that a lot of times when women come to this country, they assimilate a lot faster than the men. So the men tend to hold on to their cultural norms much, much stronger and deeper than the women do. Women tend to assimilate, and that's partly because of their children. They want their children to fit in and be a part of society. So, if their kid wants to go and eat at McDonald's, even though, that's so far from what they're comfortable with, they'll go ahead and do it. Whereas the men, generally, they don't assimilate. They try to hold those cultural norms in their in their home and in their work.
That's true. Most of the men that come here, their homes are like an embassy for their country, and women, because if they are mothers, their children go out and they learn the new language quicker. They learn the pleasantries of where they're living a lot quicker than the men, and they're easier to relinquish some of that because they were being held down in their home countries. So yes, I agree with you, Cynthia. But I can also say that I've also had some of the experiences that Cairo has had. When I show up, people, one, don't look for me. I interviewed with Winn-Dixie, and they kept calling Karen Rogers Robinson, and I was the only person in the waiting room. So I was like, really? I'm standing in front of you. I stood up to address you and shake your hand, but you're still going to call for someone else's name. And then finally, when he gets it, that yes, you are the CEO, and yes, you are meeting with a little black woman. Well, actually,
Wow.
because I'm 5, I had on 4-inch heels, so that made me 6'1". So he's looking up at me, and he really was shocked. I'm like, really, you didn't Google me? I've talked to everyone, and now I'm meeting with the board for this job, and you flew me across country for this job, and you didn't bother to Google me to see what I look like, really? Because you could have saved your company some time, some money, and me some time from flying across the country. He said, oh my gosh, you don't look like how you sound. And I was like, really? Because I've never got that before. And
Wow.
then you're such a pretty girl. And I was like, geez, people in the South just say whatever.
Yeah, what?
Okay, you've insulted me twice. One, you said, wow, I wasn't expecting you to be black. And then 2, you were expecting me to be ugly. Okay, well, thanks a lot. I'm not either of those, I don't think. I'm not the prettiest woman out there, but I know I'm not hard on the eyes either. So I really wanted to just knee him in the groin at this point. I knew I wasn't getting the job because they went from the first day when I met with the first group of people, they told me to go ride around with the driver and find out what part of town I wanted to live in, to the actual CEO saying, well, thank you for flying out from California. So I figured overnight when the big guy realized I was black, there went my dream job. So
Wow.
I did not get that job. Instead, they called me back 3 months later and offered me a job to report for the job that I had initially interviewed for. And I told them no. Needless to say, thanks for no thanks. But yes, I mean, I have experienced what you've experienced in Cairo. I've had men, when I was selling my own text message campaign manager to the bars and stuff around Sacramento, I had to have my cousin and my ex-fiance come with me on business meetings because I was afraid that people might cross that physical line and I'd have to tase somebody. And or then I also got like, so who really created this? And I'm like, what do you mean? And then I would again hear, well, you don't look like what you sound, and you're not bad looking, so who helped you create this? I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? Really? Because I don't look half bad. I'm too stupid to have created this? What are you saying?
Oh, yeah, that's the actual answer. When I tell you I literally had an investor tell me that I needed to get married just so I could get money, he was like, you need to have a ring on your finger and be married to a man, and a man that you can reference whenever you go to a meeting with men like this. And I was like, you have got to be kidding me.
No, they were serious. And my answer to that is I already did that, and he passed away. So I can put my wedding ring back on for you, but I choose not to get married again. So do you want to do business or you not want to do business? Even a good friend of mine, Kashi, she's here in Atlanta. She's Indian, and she owns a huge instant messaging company. But she's walked into meetings when she first started her company before people knew how smart and talented that she was. They were like, you're a pretty girl. Who's backing you? How many other people are a part of your company? And she's like, well, this pretty girl went to school for years to get this knowledge, so do you want to talk to me or somebody else,
Right. Do you want the person with the information or do you not want the information? Like you can not have the information, we'll be okay, but it doesn't make any sense. I have not, when I tell you I can't comprehensively get it, and I hear this a lot. This is a place in Atlanta where all these women get business done, and I'm like, you know what? I can't be jealous of what other women have gotten done because I don't know how they got it done. And a lot of times from my experiences, a lot of things that I know has happened and things that I've seen happen and things that I have encountered myself, a lot of the stuff that I see go on, and not to diminish anybody's accomplishments, but that's how a lot of business gets done. And people don't have a problem with that. I have a problem with that because I don't feel like I should be minimized. I'm too intelligent for somebody to minimize me from my waist down or from my neck down.
True, but based on the things, this takes you back to what our music is now doing to women.
Absolutely.
And to what our TV shows are doing to women of color.
Absolutely.
They behave certain ways because that's all they see of us. That's why I can't continue to support shows, networks, directors, writers, filmmakers, producers who do not show diverse stories of women of color, because my story is not the same as your story, Cairo. My story is not the same as Nini's, Sheree's, or Portia, or whatever the other are on those other shows. My story is different. I mean, my story is most similar to yours and Cynthia's, and the only thing I have in common with Nini is that,
color. Race. But yeah.
And she's over 5'8", and I'm 5'8". I mean, those probably would be the only things that we have in common. I'm not angry. I don't yell at people unless they yell at me. I'm not going to pick a fight with you, but now I can clean house if you pick a fight with me.
Right.
Choose your battleground. You want to fight in the street or the boardroom? Which way you want to go? Because I can take it either way, and I'm gonna win because I played chess my whole life, and life is a chess game. So, I mean, my story is different, and I refuse to support people who tell that same story over and over and over again. There are different ones.
Yeah, and I listen. I keep thinking to people, I want to ask them so badly, like, do you not realize that that's the same thing that person put out and that person put out? And I said that about the slave movies that keep coming out. And here's my thing. I understand that we have a lot of history to be caught up on in our past, but the only story that ever comes out about us for movies is the slave story or the civil rights story. I'm like, we have a whole story that took place prior to coming to slavery. We have stories that happened between slavery and we in fact have had 5 different times in history where we were freed people. You know, we have political stories that happen. We have all sorts of wonderful stories. I put up this week Octavia Butler's book, The Parable of the Sower. And I tell people, like, if you want to make a great sci-fi movie, grab this book. There's a whole entire series they can do, just like they do, what's that, Catching Fire? What was that movie? Anyway, these series that come out.
Hunger Games.
Yeah, the Hunger Games. So to do something like that, you know, for a African American movie, even though it's fiction, you know, it could still be another story that they're telling. We only tell one story, and we have so many. We have so many stories out there that can be told, and different features of different, like this panel right here. This type of thing should be a TV show. This is a positive conversation. We haven't denigrated each other at any point. You know, none of us cussed each other out. None of us pulled another's hair. And there were more than 3 women in one space, you know, and we're getting along. And the same thing I said when we went to the hackathon. We did a whole entire event. It was majority black people there, very few Caucasian people. I don't even know if we had any other demographics that were there, but a full room of about 200 African American people that actually got together to do a hackathon, and we got things accomplished. No arguing, no bickering, no fighting, no crabs in a bucket, none of that. It was perfect. Wasn't even a party. You know, I was like, I said, here's a statement to what we can do. How do we make this grow?
I missed that. Was that the hackathon that was over at 200?
The goodie hack, and it was so phenomenal. And you know, at first you go in with the thought process like, what's gonna happen here? But it was so awesome. It was so awesome. It was very well done. It was timely, you know, where we got done in a good time. We didn't stay until 12 o'clock at night, you know, like the other hackathons I've been at where they last until everybody passes out. But you know, but we literally accomplished things, and everybody went home happy. We made friends, and everybody connected. Like, I would hang out with those people for barbecues, you know. So it was a really good experience, especially to have as an African American, to be able to go back and tell more African Americans about. So I think these are stories that need to be told. These are things that need to be on platforms and need to be out, and different stories, like you said, the different stories. We don't tell the other stories. We get, for some reason, have an infatuation with, and I watch this in Hollywood a lot. And my friend Carlos Phoenix, who used to be an illustrator, or is an illustrator, he used to do Diary of a Mad Black Woman and all sorts of other things, Good Morning America's illustrations. But he said, if you ever watch Hollywood, all they do is replicate, because when they find one thing that works, they replicate it. And so my thing has been watching Disney, and Disney is the king replicator. They'll take the same information and replicate it into a different decade every single time. The same program they had in the 70s, they have the same programming right now. They just change the storyline to fit the time. And in that conversation, you know, they educate the youth right now about technology, engineering, the future, electronics through the platforms of TV shows. You know, because they know that they have children that are watching television and educating them for different things in the future. And I actually admire some of the platforms that they have out right now. even though who's to say what happens to people in the future when they come from Disney, but but to look in to see what they're actually putting out right now is great content. You got a show called Lab Rats. It's an intermixed family, which is it's actually pretty neat. These bionic kids, these kids who are half human, half cyborg, and this guy who's this scientist who's created a place for them to live and dwell, but they of course it's a total tech TV show, and so but it's really popular, and you do have African Americans, Latinos, Caucasians all in the same living space, and they're a family, and that's the family of the future. And I think if you notice, anytime we look into what they say the future will look like, we'll all be meshed together anyway. So I thought it's a really good display of what could possibly happen in the future, and everybody's getting along. So they're preparing kids now for STEM, for technology, for the evolution of a lack of racism for what we have had in play previously, and everybody getting along. I don't think we'll ever get rid of racism totally, but I think that's what the push is towards the future. It's really interesting
to get rid of racism, especially since the races have mingled so much. Most of the children in my grandkids' age group are biracial children. My grandkids will be anomalies by the time they're my age because so many people have intermingled and intermixed, that I would hope that racism would be on its way out. And in fact, it seems to be getting worse. But it is what it is. We can't feed into it. You have to move above it, fly above it. So.
I think too, we do ourselves a disservice a lot by focusing so much on the past instead of looking towards the future. And I think I watch people just consistently focus on the past. They never talk about the future. They never talk about the things that could be possible or things that they'd like to see happen. All you ever do is hear about, well, back when they did this. It's not even a time frame that you were alive in, but your DNA is replicating that imagery and the experience. And I think for us to graduate from that point, we have to create images that are going to show us in another light, to show us with the future and show us prospectively moving forward, to give us a new energy and a new image to focus on. Because if we consistently keep bringing that slavery image back, that is where our energy is going to divert to. And I think 12 Years a Slave came out, and I don't know if it was the African American community that said the movie was great, but I saw a lot of people who argued, okay, why do we keep creating slave movies? Why do we keep creating movies that are putting us in another light than what we want to be seen in? Why are we creating those images? And I know they were past, but I'm sorry, who's that?
Cairo, one reason that I think it is important to continue with those type of movies is because you just mentioned, as a young person, there's a lot of things that you weren't exposed to. And I think when it comes to history, young people do still need to see that and understand what some of us that are still here on this earth went through. So, as probably the most senior person in the group today, some of what you guys are talking about, to me, I know it's your experience, but for me, it's like, okay, been there, done that, not to belittle anything, but, certain things, they stand the test of time. They've been going on forever. And I can truly say, in my personal experience, I've always been around positive Black people who work together. This whole issue of Black people don't work together and Black people don't support each other, I cannot relate to that. I'm sorry. I cannot, because in my personal experience, going back to the 60s, we did. We worked together. We supported each other. We held each other up. So I think for a lot of young people who, even young African Americans who tell me, oh, well, I've never experienced racism.
Oh, yes, they have.
You know, they need to see those images to really like get it inside their head of, you know, what's really going on, because without that, they're walking around in total bliss. And you know, ignorance is bliss.
That's true.
And they're just walking around, you know, with these thoughts and images in their head that are so unreal. It's, you know, it's almost scary to some extent. For me, as a grandparent right now, it's almost scary. Because you know what they say about the past. If you don't, you know, understand it and, you know, all of that, then you might repeat it.
That's true. I'm not saying that we shouldn't tell those stories, but those should not be the most often seen images of us.
I agree.
And not really.
Different aspects. Like, you know, the book The Help, it was the same story over again, and it wasn't told by a black person. But it was the same story line that is traditionally told. Belle, on the other hand, was an awesome story about slavery. It was totally different than what is normally on the screen. Django was the same, but and 12 Years a Slave actually told a different storyline. However, the ones that most often get produced are the same storyline. Like, I've seen New Jack City 50 gazillion times up on the screen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
One of the reasons why Kevin Hart is so big with the millennials is because his stories that have recently been on the screen, they always include people of other races, and their friend circle looks like what my son's friend circle looks like. And then his stories are different. They're not the normal, oh, woe is me, I done took a hooker and turned her into a housewife.
Depression, church, depression.
I'm going to church, hold hands, and we're saved, you know, and we're on to the next day. That his stories haven't been that. You know, they've been a little bit different. So that's why he's a hit right now.
And he hasn't put on a dress. That's what I appreciate about him. I haven't seen him put that dress on like everybody else. I really do like that.
Well, you know, put on a dress, Flip Wilson put on a dress when I was a little kid, you know. Men in Africa, their garb, Africa, Saudi Arabia, India, so much, you know, on the mother continent. Men actually wear dresses. They just have leggings type underneath them. I think the whole dress thing, it's the kind of dress and the manner in which they wear the dress that is degrading to our men and to our legacy and moving forward. In my point of view, it's not so much a dress, it's the storyline that goes with it and how they're making the feminization of men. Wearing a dress is because Flip Wilson wore a dress, but when he took that dress off, he was Flip, you know, and he didn't wear a dress in every scene.
Or every movie.
And he still had manly qualities even when he was in that dress. Versus the feminization of men now when they wear dresses and you know, do things. It's very effeminate. The outlook is different. They're portrayed as a woman. Even, you know, men wearing high heels, lashes, lipstick. I mean, like, really?
Oh my God! I
really?
think that's the word.
Have an alternative.
Nobody on blast. Can we put on blast? What's that show? The queens. They supposedly rape people.
Oh yes.
And they are the worst looking. They look bad. None of them are fashionable. They are the worst. If you're talking about a fashion, if you want to put somebody on blast for fashion, all three of them should be. And they got the nerve to sit up there talk about people on fashion, and it's just a joke, you know. I mean, I know that's a trend in Atlanta that I hope doesn't spread anywhere else. But I
Wait,
mean,
I'm lost. What are we talking about?
We're talking about the feminization of men.
No,
I
no,
grew
no, no.
up
I
in the
mean,
Bay Area.
what program is she
I grew
talking
up in
about?
the Bay Area during the height of homosexuality, the 70s and the 80s.
yeah,
So I'm not homophobic in the least. I could care less who
no, neither am
anyone
I.
sleeps with, but I say this: if you are physically attracted to someone of the opposite sex, that's fine. However, you are still the sex that you came here as, and you need to behave accordingly. You don't, if you 7'9" and you came in a male body, you do not put on women's heels. I don't care who you're sleeping with, but you don't dress like a woman. You just don't. If you want to do that, then you need to go on and pay and become a transgender. I can respect a transgender more so than I can someone who is being who they are not, because that makes me feel like you're doing it for attention. You're not doing it because
Show.
things got miswired or what have you, and you actually love someone of the same sex. You're not doing it because of that. You're doing it for show. If you truly felt that way, then go ahead and have a sex change and dress and do whatever you want to do and live a normal, healthy life. That is your own business. But to do what they're doing, I don't know. I think it makes a mockery of homosexuality, actually. Because
I agree.
who you love is who you love. But to dress up and be buffoonerish and all that,
Yeah, that's what offends me is the buffoonery. When you
I just can't.
a buffoon, I think it's such an insult that you say, okay, I'm going to be a woman, so I'm going to dress up and act like a behind and say I'm emulating a woman. And as a woman, I'm supposed to be okay with that? And you're supposed to tell me you don't actually have issues with women? Because what makes being a woman a buffoon? You know, I mean, I know we all have, you can make fun of our traits, and women can make it of men and those different type of things, but sometimes it's just like, and you saying you're doing this in the name of behaving like a woman, it's just, and that's part of culture, but to me it's insulting. That's just like when black folk talk about black folk. You know, because black folk do this, and you know this about black. After you talk about black folk about 5 or 10 times in my presence talking to me, I'm going to start to get offended because I'm black.
You know what? I appreciate everybody's statement here. I think I don't know if we want to. Do we want to keep recording this conversation?
That's what Cynthia said.
Well,
I realize why you said that, and I understand entirely. So, but yeah, I will not comment. But I'll comment offline. But I understand everybody's perspective. But yeah, but to say that, technology, even in that aspect, nanotechnology might be able to replace body parts at some point. I hate to take it there, but
It will.
But there's a movie called The Corporation. I don't know if anybody ever saw it, but it's a documentary. There's a segment in there where, and this is where I think technology had a huge impact originally for STEM, and not STEM, the STEM STEM, but STEM medical research. There's a part in The Corporation where they were talking about living organisms, right? And how they had gone all the way to the Supreme Court to argue what a living organism was, because a living organism can actually be a fungus, or some type of bacteria. And so when you look at the living organisms and understand that you can grow body parts in a jar with bacteria and or fungus, and so to understand that those are grown by a corporation, if somebody now takes body parts that are made by a corporation and they're inside of their body, another movie to counter is called Repo. What if you were able to futuristically grow body parts and then affix them to people, which they're doing now, and then be able to go back and reclaim because somebody didn't pay the bill.
Well, story about the man who got a kidney from his wife, and then 4 years later, him and the wife got divorced, and as a part of the divorce settlement, she wanted her kidney back. Now, she could live without that kidney, but because she still had one, but he only had the one that he gave her. So she took it back. You know what that meant, right?
Yeah.
Wow. Technology has not, our laws have not grown with technology. So,
No.
you know,
What do you want, Cody?
you know, I never, you know, I guess they dismissed that portion, but she was dead serious. She wanted her kidney back.
They did an episode on Grey's Anatomy this season about that same situation. A guy who was his brother, I guess, or a cousin, somebody, friend from college, donated a kidney to one of the characters that was dying. And so he showed up at the hospital not because he wanted to come see the guy who was dying, but he wanted to ask could he have his kidney back before he dropped off or as he died. So it was a whole debate. And I keep thinking about this because in the technology space now, we have body parts that are being given to people, or cyber body parts, you know, creating cyborgs out of people where they're attaching electronic devices inside of different appendages into the nervous system. And where you're looking, you see now, like in the movie Transcendence, where you can create full nanotech bodies that are grown like stem cells did, but this is nanotechnology reproducing body parts. Where you look and you say, okay, well, these are corporate products, just like any car, just like any other thing. And you know we have health insurance. So what happens when you get to this space where we're creating over here, and then we look and we say, okay, well, these people can't afford to pay for this. So how do you go and say, okay, well, we're going to take it back? You know, how do you go back and what's going to happen with those laws in the future? Because in the movie The Corporation, they had to literally decide what a living organism was, and that a corporation could not own a certain part of the identity of a living organism. Because if it is in somebody's body, there's nothing to stop them from sending the repo man to come get that body part back. That to me was just interesting because I was like, I always think about that. You know what? When you see people getting heart replacements, those are corporate machines that are being put in somebody's body, you know, or corporate appendages that were grown or shared from another body to the next body. Those pumps that they put in people's bodies, different things that keep people alive, you know. And I think, what if their insurance decides not to cover them? What if they don't have insurance? What if they can't pay for it? You know, what happens in those instances?
We don't know, Cairo.
I mean, it's just something to think about to me because I'm always sitting here thinking like, okay, well, what happens, you know, because my mind is always going towards the future and things that are coming at us right now. So, okay, since nobody knows, I can switch subjects.
It's just in case law.
Yeah, oh my gosh. I would love to sit down with somebody that might be like a lawyer for technology. I have to find one. And maybe some politicians. I actually have a plan to do something in October, and bring some politicians to a panel and get them on technology and talk about it, because I think it's imperative that we get them talking about it in a actual conversational space, and not to slam them, but to really bring them to a place where they can speak on it and to be able to learn, if anything, what can be done and what's coming in the future and what they should be doing in their own communities, because things like this are coming, and they're probably happening now. We just don't know it. because I know the black market is heavy with, populated bodies, and they always have been body parts. But now you're looking at body parts where people can now have some robotics person go create a part for them. And of course, they are a company. So if in the event you're not paying for that, then what's going to be that law, and how's that going to be applicable? Because I'm looking now where just recently, this week, I believe it was, Aereo was shot down by by our U.S. Senate, and our U.S. Senate, by our U.S. Supreme Court, and because they were arguing the fact of being able to take cable programming and put it on the internet for $8 a month. And so they take the same thing that you're offered from AT&T, from Comcast, from different cable networks around the country, and offer it at $8 a month. And so it's much cheaper, much more affordable, and you don't get the same mix-up you would get with the huge companies, but you do have cable access, and that's dirt cheap, which is where I think we should be going at this point anyway, and that's why I think it's imperative that we start to create content. The content that we create becomes the competitive challenge to these corporations, where they're able to charge arms and legs for different products like Game of Thrones. So to be able to look and to say, okay, well, Aereo, and I don't know, are any of you versed in what I'm talking about, where Aereo went to the Supreme Court this week, and they were actually shut down? Well, they weren't shut down, but they were, I guess they were shut down for being able to, sell these same programs on cable or on the internet that are being played on cable for $8.
Yes, I'm abreast of that whole shebang. It's a thin line, because I don't see where Hulu and aspects of Hulu and Hulu Plus, they're so close to what Alero is doing. So it's amazing that Hulu Plus, that product was not affected by the same ruling, that only Alero was impacted. And I believe that's the case because Hulu Plus and Netflix now have deals with, well, not Netflix, but Hulu Plus has a deal with the networks that they don't show the first run shows through a certain amount of dates unless you have a code from the networks.
Yeah, I think Hulu was actually made by NBC, so
Well,
I think
they
that
got bought out by NBC. Initially, they were
okay.
a separate entity, but they got bought out by NBC, NBC also owns USA, because USA and Hulu, you could get the shows the same day. But now that NBC Universal owns them, it's a monopoly. You can't watch those shows without giving a code from one of the network providers in order to do that. And even with ABC Online, not the same way. However, the funny thing is, think about it. You don't have to have cable to watch NBC or ABC, right?
No, you don't.
But now, if I want to watch Scandal online, I've got to give you a code from Cox, AT&T, or Comcast in order to watch it online. Why?
Mm-hmm.
Why do I?
What I don't like about that is that the internet is open, and I think it should remain open, and I think this net neutrality thing is going to kick in and really bite us in the butt because of what they've done with the FCC. But I think
it won't be free anymore, and that's why they now say there are going to be many internets. There are going to be internets on certain subjects, and Internet of Things that we're looking at in the future if this is passed, in its current state and form. The people that owned cable are going to own the internet, and that is why they fought so hard for the growth of the internet. They didn't really want this to grow because they can't contain it.
Right.
They can't continuously enslave us to pay them for foolishness and mayhem.
Yeah, and I think a lot of Americans don't understand how heavily net neutrality actually impacts them, but you're talking about the minimization of information. I mean, literally.
Yeah.
What you have enjoyed for about 30 years now is about to go out the window because you didn't know what it was they were talking about. And when they passed that law, and that's why the FCC had to come back and post it on their website and to get people to actually leave comments for up to 60 days. And one guy, after we did I don't know, was that, no, it wasn't Cynthia. I was on with Carlos Phoenix and Ralph Williams when I did net neutrality, but we did a conversation about that, and about a month later a guy went on HBO and he mentioned it as a joke, and I think he mentioned it poignantly enough to where 45,000 people flooded the FCC website and shut it down because they then understood what was actually happening. So I think that information, again, is key, and if we lose this ability to communicate information, it's going to be detrimental to our entire society, especially where we're talking about the education of technology and the movement forward of technology, and especially for our people in the urban communities, it's going to be detrimental.
I agree. It is. You know, I'd say one of the best things about the internet over the last 30 years is that it has been a leveling of the playing field. If you want knowledge, if you are thirsty for it, you crave it, and you are creative, you can be whoever and whatever you want to be. There have been so many millionaires and millionairesses associated with different aspects of the internet, up and coming technology. The only way that you are really, you know, held down is if you succumb to the general public population of what you should be. If you think and live your life inside of the box, then you will be a stereotype. But if you live and you have a thirst of knowledge and you are creative, your possibilities are unlimited.
I think, and for people to understand, I think that it would behoove all of us to do more platforms like this, and as many as we can, and to get information out and to saturate it. So, like I was saying, for us to do something of like a social chat, to just try to tweet this conversation, the show that we have here, and get it out to people in maybe a social chat, and do something for the Urban Tech Weekend and for Yes We Code and the things that are happening with Black Girls Code and the Urban Tech Fair, and for Tech Divas Uncorked. I think it would be a good idea for us to be able to do these type of tweet chats. And because there are so many people on Twitter who actively utilize it, and the energy of what's trending actually catches people's attention, I think if we can create an ability to keep ourselves trending, we could actually make an impact, especially when they say that the majority of the people who are using Twitter's main demographic are young African American males between the ages of 18 and 35. So I think that's a huge impact that we could make. And I noticed just when I said, Karen, before you came on, the other night when we did the tweet chat, when we did that tweet chat, I had 50 people who friended me just from the energy of what we did on the tweet chat. And I think I went crazy viral after we hung up from it.
That's what I was going to tell you. You know, my social influence and the fact that I get lots of things for my clout and my cred is because I sit on so many different tweet chats out there. And, you know, I think I was getting confused when you said social chat. Okay, each chat would have its own hashtag and around that. And you're absolutely right. I would love to host an urban tech chat on Twitter. There are, and maybe, we could use that hashtag and a blurred hashtag, because the blurred community is huge, huge. If you have, we're all on our computers or a phone or something right now. If you go over to Twitter and put in the hashtag blurred and blurred nation, and then hit all, and see just how many tweets are going across right now with a blurred hashtag. It's phenomenal. Every day I just go through and check to see what other blurs are talking about. I think that would be a great forum. It would definitely draw attention to the urban tech.
The Urban Tech Weekend, Urban Tech Fair, Tech Divas Uncorked. Oh, me, Cairo Qween. To be able to put Blacks in Technology in a blast platform. The guy I interviewed this week, Brother Tech. The BDPA.
I love Brother Tech. And then I have a friend. He's of course, he's a black guy as well. He's here in Atlanta. I think his name is I Am Tech or something like that. And he's, I forget what big company he works for here, but he does some really interesting stuff with tech, too.
Okay.
And then the Technologists of Color, I went to a couple of their events earlier this year. I was kind of disappointed because I'm like, it's summertime. They should be having more events now, but nothing so far.
Well, good for me, because on July the 21st, I kick off my Microsoft event, A Taste of Technology, which will be held in the Lenox Mall, Microsoft in Buckhead. And so that literally is where I am trying to cultivate a space for technology to be made palatable for everyday people. So the concept of bringing in food and bringing in conversations where we're going to do a broadcast, which we're still debating if it's going to be live or it's going to be a podcast, so bear with us. But, we're going to have a conversation. We're going to try to get some tech companies in there to give away some goodies, that can come in and give the audience some real hands-on exposure to technology. And so it behooves people to come down there and try to get some free stuff. Not to mention Microsoft is going to give us free bags. So you definitely want to come down and participate with that if you're paying attention to this now. And so I'm going to go right now, and I'm going to hashtag blurred on Twitter, hashtag blurred nation, hashtag I am tech, and I'm going to hashtag tech socialite.
Would you stop yelling?
Is that Cody?
Now, ladies, I will tell you, if you're doing an event across the U.S., Microsoft is very friendly with women and people of color, and giving you space in their venues to come in and host events. I did all of my SASSY events there last year, and again, SASSYs are sisters advancing second screen initiatives and engaging stories. So, I'm a big fan of the Microsoft Store. I'm so glad you're having your event there, Cairo.
I thought it made sense. I'm working on some other locations too, but I think it'll be every first and third Monday. But I think it makes sense to go and put it in that space because, one, if you understand the traffic that's in that location, even though it's a Monday night, you still have the Buckhead location where it's kind of like a pumping heart for Atlanta right in that area where the Lenox Mall is. And then to be able to have it in the Lenox Mall is really huge because they always usually have some good traffic. And I thought, too, because that's where our celebrities shop at, and I thought, okay, well, maybe there's a possibility that at some point or another I could find some celebrities that happen to traipse through Microsoft and come back to the broadcast. So especially because we'll have food, and the food will be sponsored, and we'll have all sorts of wonderful things happening beginning July 21st. I'm working right now for some pretty cool things that are going to take place. But this first one is a panel, and I'm working to have a panel of 8 speakers that are going to come and speak about technology. And the topic, let me channel my topic. Hold on. The topic is technology. I'm going to have to look it up. But I know it has technology. I can't think of it right now. Oh, technology. Yeah, it's technology for everyone now gain access. That's the actual topic that we're going to discuss. My co-host is Jamila Brown, and she is a SharePoint partner for Microsoft. And beautiful girl, tech whiz, genius. She is everything from apps to, I mean, she does everything, anything in the tech space. She builds apps, she can build robotics, she can do all sorts of stuff. Really intelligent young lady, and I'm really excited about partnering with her as the co-host for the Taste of Technology. And of course, I'll bring in some people like yourselves if you're interested to come in and be part of the show on different show episodes, where you can maybe come in as, expert, especially Karen, to come talk about this chat, and of course my nanotech my nanotech advisor here to bring them in. And of course we got to talk about the Urban Tech Fair. So to pop in through, I'm not sure what methodology we're going to use for video. Like I said, in Microsoft, I don't think it'd be quaint to use Google Plus, but or Google Hangout. So we'll figure something out there. But I am over here working on and thank you, Karen. I'm working over here on this Twitter, what I'm about to put out. So #blurred, #blurred_nation, #IamTech, #TechSocialite, #TechDivas Uncorked. #Urban Tech Fair. Okay, Karen, what should I hashtag for you?
Sassies, SASSIES. I'm a Sassies.
SASSIES.
Yes.
#Sassies.
Then you're a sister who is advancing second screen, interactive, engaging stories. I am a Sassies.
Oh, I like that. Okay, and so what's going to be my quick message? Because I only got 50 characters. No, I don't even have like 45 characters left. Urban Tech Fair.
I was wondering what you were going to do with the little space after all those hashtags.
That's the part I don't like about Twitter, is 140 characters. And I know there's something that Deanna Troop introduced me to where you can tweet for long times and it'll compress your message and then send it over into Twitter. I forgot what it was called. It wasn't TweetDeck, it was something else.
You can do tweet more, and then there's
Maybe that's what it was.
Send out stuff through Hootsuite and all that good stuff. And,
yeah, I have Hootsuite. I have to remember what my password is in the Hootsuite because I wasn't really excited by it. I was looking at it. I was like, it's too much stuff moving at one time.
It can be.
I was looking like all these people all across the screen. I was like, I can't keep up with anything. So,
how about something related to the Hangout, like Great Hangouts or...
Oh, okay. That's a good idea.
Hang out half the day.
Oh my God, 5-hour hangout. There we go.
Yeah. 5-hour hangouts or something with an LOL.
Hangout marathon.
Hangout
there
marathon. There you go. There you go.
Hangout marathon.
Yeah.
Well, ladies, I'm going to say good evening because
I know that's right.
I know.
I have to manage my mom, and I can't keep. She's not going to stay away for so long. So,
hi, Mom.
Yeah.
Good daughter.
Yeah, and then the neighborhood, they partying and fireworks are going to start going. I live near the let's look at the Man Music Center.
Your dog is going to start going in a minute.
Yeah. About time for I can go out my door and watch the fireworks. So they'll be starting fireworks, and once they start going off, the dogs start barking, the babies start crying.
Oh yeah.
They close. But Yeah, I'm gonna get ready to go. This has been excellent, Cairo, as always. And we touched
Thank
on
you.
but you know
I
what?
appreciate you guys.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm gonna dip out too because I need to get dressed so that I'll be ready to be picked up to go see the fireworks over at Centennial Park. So
Ooh, me too, because
Ooh.
I have to go take a nap. No, I really have to go finish doing this proposal I have for Google. So I'm going to go work on that. And I need to probably eat something because I feel a little woozy.
well, that's not good.
I'm like, I've been sitting here all the time, like, I feel woozy. But yeah, okay, I appreciate you guys so much. Again, everybody who can actually stand to watch this for 5 hours.
And
Thank you so
Cairo,
much.
you can download this and then you can go back and edit it and pull out your best moments.
Cut it, you know.
Yes, that's what you
Best
do.
moments,
Edit
and
it.
then you re-upload it.
I think I might do that. Break it into parts, like part 1, part 2, and part 3. This is long.
Other part.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Cynthia from
Yeah.
Tech Divas Uncorked, and Jacqueline from the Urban Tech Fair, and Karen from Sassy's, the social chat TV on Tumblr and Twitter, and me. I'm Cairo Qween, and this has been Face2Face. And we were supposed to be tuning in with the Essence Festival because it was a special episode, but it still turned out for a good. We've had about, I don't know how many people that joined today. Thank you to Steve Brown, Digital Afro, and to Willie. Oh Lord, what is crowd strapping? And what's Willie's other company? Willie has so many companies. He's like this lady Ann Danner. They just build companies all the time. But Willie is full of great resources. He told me, by the way, he's 30 and on his way to 31 pretty soon. So he's not 25 or 28. And he is a father of 2 beautiful children and husband. Great guy. So I don't remember who else was on. Was anybody else on earlier?
Digital Afro.
Yeah, you got him.
All right.
Okay, well, everybody, thank you so much for tuning in and hanging out with me. I am completely parched and voice going out.
Can you
But
save your chat?
huh?
Can you save your chat?
I don't think so. I can leave it up until I guess we could copy it some kind of way.
No, I've just found the link. I wanted to follow one of the links, but I found it.
Oh, okay. I'm
Okay.
gonna see if I can copy it and paste it somewhere before I close this all the way out. That way I can put it in the. Oh, that would be cool. I could put it inside the information in the actual video. Ooh, Lord. Okay, I'm tired. I'm good at talking, but I mean, there's a point at which I go. Okay, thanks, guys. Thank you so much. Remember, that's I gave you all my information if you go back to the very beginning. So please, if you have a chance to watch this and get down to this point, please tweet about it and tweet back to me at #TechSocialite. And find me on Twitter at Cairo Qween. I really appreciate it. Thank you all for watching and tuning in. This will probably be the longest that I ever do ever again. Andrew West, I'm going to get you. Thank you, ladies. I appreciate it. July weekend. Enjoy your festivities and be safe above all things.
Thanks.
And thanks for joining Face2Face. Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, that goes off. Oh, no. Dang it. No, wait. In broadcast. Okay. Whew.